Right, so ladies and gentlemen, good morning everyone and welcome to Ruter S. I have to say it's lovely to see this room filling up with people again after a bit of a dry spell these recent 2 years of COVID restrictions. And of course it's particularly pleasing to see that so many have decided to attend this event that we're having here today, where we will be discussing how we can transform public transport with automated on-demand mobility. My name is Benjamin. I'm a communications advisor at Ruter, and I will be guiding us through today's rather tightly packed program. We've got a lot of interesting presentations to look forward to. Just to shortly run through the agenda, we'll be starting in a moment with presentations by Ruter, followed by a couple of participant presentations, before we have our first break at 10:30. At 10:45 we will continue with the presentations until lunch, which is at 12. And after lunch we will have the rest of the presentations with breaks at 2 o'clock and 3:20 before we go on to the final stretch and wrap things up with a questions and discussions session towards the end. We aim to finish no later than by 5 o'clock. Before we get going, a little bit of practical information for those of you who are attending physically. Number one, restrooms. If and when you need them, you will find them by following the corridor that goes around this room, and they are towards the end on the right. Second, emergency exits. Basically any door that has a green bar. If we hear the alarm go, then you can push that green bar on the door to get out quickly. And speaking of doors, if you exit this center and find yourself wanting to come back in, you'll discover that the door is always locked. So if there's no one on the inside, then just call the phone number that's on the door and someone will let you back in. And number three, remember that we do have a handful of meeting rooms here at the Ruter S, which are intended to be used by you. They're free to use at any time during the day with no booking required. So it's first come, first serve with those rooms. Lastly, if you have any questions throughout the day, please don't hesitate to approach me or any of my Ruter colleagues. And for those who are attending digitally, please make sure to comment and ask questions in the chat. That's what it's there for. And my colleague Lars Gunnar will be keeping a watchful eye on what we receive there. And for everyone's information, the entirety of today's event will be recorded and a video link will be distributed to you all, as will a full list of today's participants. And I was reminded by Lars Gunnar last minute here that please keep your phones on a silent mode for today. So with all of that out of the way, I think we are ready to begin. And I'm very pleased to give today's opening words to Ruter's CEO, Mr. Bernt Reitan Jensen. Varsågod, Bernt.
Thank you, Benjamin. What a sight, you know, like Benjamin said, that after 2 years of looking into cameras and screens, it's so nice to see you all, and thank you so much for coming here to joining us physically, for those of you that had the opportunity to do so. And for those of you participating online, thank you for being here as well. So, why are we here? Well, it's an obvious question to me. It's one of the biggest game changers in our industry is about to hit us, I think. And we at Ruter we have to be prepared to see what kind of opportunities that's in this for our customers. And I think they are vast. Our vision is the sustainable freedom to move. That means we're not here to fill up the buses or the metro. We're here to give the freedom to move to our citizens in this region. I think there's got a lot of technology providers and fleet operators and even taxi companies that's going to be really good at providing the freedom to move. Is it all going to be sustainable? That is the question. And that's the reason why I think a company like Ruter has a part in this. We are owned by our customers. We are here for democracy. We are actually a part of the democracy. We are the government of a city's transport system owned by the customers and ruled by democracy. I think that's a vast opportunity to make sure that this development, that these opportunities are played out in the right way. But first of all, welcome to Ruter S. This was our customer service center. Right where you are sitting now used to be a call center. And we were on the edge of closing everything down because the relationship with our customers was about to be fully digitalized. Then one day I said, maybe in 5 years' time, we miss them. We miss having physical contact with them. They came here to actually help us improve and become better, and we thought it was all about complaining. So instead of closing it down, we created our first analog twin. So this is our analog twin. It's actually what mostly now takes time digitally, can here, happen in the old-fashioned way by us talking to the customer physically. And that's the reason why there are a lot of doors and no curtains between us and the customers. So when my people come here to develop new products, to improve services, and they want to go and talk to customers about them, they can just open the door and grab one. So that's the way we think in Ruter. When things change fast, my best advice is to get as close to your customers as you can. So close that you can even feel the warmth from them. When you do that, you can, together with them, try to understand the future, play with them, prototype, and see, and by doing that, learn how you can handle the future together. And that is not what we used to do. We used to have a lot of statistics and plot two dots and draw a line and see where we ended and predicted the future that way. It's not happening like that anymore. It moves much too fast. So that's why learning is so important to us. So that's the reason why I'm going to spend the day here, because I got the feeling that from my point of view, a lot of learning is going to take place. And hopefully we can engage in open discussions moving this business forward and try to form new coalitions, try to understand each other, and see if we can get these opportunities closer than they were when we arrived this morning. Because if you do that, I think we can co-create some very interesting possibilities. First, I think it's important for the citizens of this city and this region to obtain new opportunities and to get a bit closer to the freedom to move without having to own their own car. I think we reached a long way since we started Ruter almost 15 years ago by keeping car traffic at a standstill while the population has grown with more than 20%. That has freed up a lot of space in the city. We have also electrified a lot of buses, boats. By 2028, we will be completely emission-free, and everything would be electrified. And hopefully, while you're here, you will see that you'll enjoy riding on electric buses. And probably for those who have more time, I will highly recommend going on the fjord with the electric vessels that we have there. So, of course, this is going to be, hopefully, a first mover for us, even though it's not really a first mover. We've been transporting more than 30,000 people, paying passengers on automotive, even though there has been a safety driver on board, the autonomous buses have served us well already, even though we have put the first ones in the technical museum, because the design of the first autonomous buses was, I think, inspired by an elevator. They look like customers prefer to travel standing up, and I think in the future, when this technology changes our industry, we also have to look at how people prefer to travel. when they don't have to look at the taillights of the car in front of them. So it's not just about technology that makes the driver obsolete. It's also about creating the right passenger experience, both inside the vehicle and and how you order it, how you arrange this kind of transport in the system, which uses less resources than we currently do. Because my expectations is that it will. So I very much look forward to this day. Thank you so much again for coming. And I'm looking forward to the presentations and to the discussions. So I'll hand over to you, Endre, which has been piloting us through these last years of experience and ending up here today. And I very much look forward to the future. And good luck.
So now we will proceed directly to Ruter's main presentation, which is to be held by Executive Vice President Endre Angelvik. And for this and all the other presentations, we plan to have a few minutes for questions towards the end. So everyone in here will have the opportunity. And I would also like the gentleman at the back to bring up the QR code, because if you feel, if you have a question underway as the presentation is going, you can scan this code. Now is a nice opportunity to do that, and type in your question as we go, and we will have a look at the chat and the questions after the presentation is finished. Right. Varsågod, Endre.
Thank you. And audio is on. You guys can hear me? Should be on now. Oh, most definitely on. Okay. That hasn't gone away with all the new technology. That used to happen before, and it still does. So not everything has changed. That's a good thing. But what we're talking about today is most definitely things that are going to change, hopefully. And we set out in the title talking about public transit. But as you will see, what we're really talking about is a transformation of an entire transportation system. And as such, because the transportation system is such a large part of the fabric of society, this is actually transforming society on a big scale, if we do what we're aiming to here. So we'll see where we end up with that. What I'll try to share with you is a little bit about where we are, our thinking behind, why we're concerned with this, and some of the drivers. Some of the stuff that we have already done, and some thoughts on where are we now, and what are we looking for. And hopefully today will be an opportunity both for you guys to get an idea and a perspective from us on where we are and what we're looking for. Some of you guys have heard parts or all of this before. And hopefully you guys are here to meet each other instead of listening to us again. Because if you know everything we say, you should be here to meet each other instead. Which is the other half of today. Which really is about how can we both talk to and learn from you guys. And how can you guys work together, find partners, establish connections, and together also come back to us and create and do things for us that is currently not happening in the market. So we'll get back to that as well. So, autonomous vehicles. It's been a talking thing for a while, many discussions, many things going on. We believe that by 2030, autonomous vehicles, privately owned autonomous vehicles, are going to be banned from city centers around the world. The private car becoming autonomous isn't the way forward. The reason for that is that it's going to increase traffic and kilometers driven. I'll come back to that in a bit. But the privately owned autonomous vehicle banned from city centers. That means that we need other solutions there. We need something else to actually create what we want. And that brings me to the second sort of key point for us. With about 30,000, or it's actually less, but say roughly 30,000 autonomous vehicles, for the Oslo capital region, Oslo and previously Akershus, we could completely replace privately owned cars. Completely replace it. Dismantle private car ownership. Not necessary. And it's not taking away anything from people. That's important. I'll get to that in a second. But it's fundamentally changing the system. So if you guys are wondering what we're after, this is it. Preferably next fall or next spring or something like that. Or as soon as you can. Hopefully this decade, not next one. Yeah. Get to that in a bit. So, who are we in this game? Because we're sort of an odd player in this when you look at it from, at least from the outside, because we work in public transit. And we're currently the public transit authority for the capital region of Norway. We're owned by, as Bernt mentioned, by the city of Oslo and the municipality of Viken. So we're owned by the public and in that sense governed by democracy. We had almost 400 million boardings before the pandemic. Working hard to see if we can find them back or get some new ones. Not going to do the pandemic story today. It's a different one. Our region accounts for 23% of the total population of all of Norway, and the region accounts for more than 50% of all public transit in the entire country. And Norway is a very small part of the world, if you look at it on a big scale. You can easily find mid-sized cities in the world that has more people in them than the entire country of Norway. But still, this is what our starting point. And some of the things that are really interesting in this region are actually the political ambitions. And this connects back to the sustainability and climate agendas. And with goals in Oslo, for example, as with a reduction in direct emissions of 95% or more, which also translates to a reduction in vehicle traffic by 2030 by 1/3 compared to 2015. The banning of cars is already happening without even bringing in autonomy. And this is basically driven by the sustainability agenda. So there is a strong political climate in our region to create alternative solutions and finding other ways of dealing with the cities than cars. And as Bernt mentioned, we've been successful in that with public transit and some other stuff for some time. Still, there's still a bunch of people with needs in our region that even if we made public transit free, they wouldn't use it because it doesn't deal with their everyday logistics and their everyday needs. So we need something more. We need something that competes better and more closely with the car, which is a fantastic product. That had 100 years to mature. You can do almost anything with it. You can transport your family, camping, cabins, everything. Talked to a British guy that actually transports twice a year his beehives. So the flexibility of the car is almost unparalleled if you look into the product world today. So it's a serious thing to replace and develop. How many of you guys have read any of this one? Probably heard of it, yeah. This came out this spring. This is one of the documents from the latest IPCC reports from Working Group 3. And these are actually talking about mitigating actions. What do we need to do to deal with climate change? And I'm not going to bring up all the curves that says we're heading for a disaster and everything's going up when it should be going steeply down. And those you have probably seen and know. But I would like to point out one key thing. And again, this builds around the same thing. You're not meant to read the stuff in the back, it's just illustrative. But look at the first word of this paragraph. These are mitigating strategies. The document talks about what do we need to do to deal with climate change. Demand side options. What is that? That is you and me changing what we do every day. That's what they're saying. We need to change how we do everyday things to actually deal with part of climate change. There's a whole bunch of stuff on technology and finances and blah, 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 a whole bunch of other stuff. But demand-side options and demand-focused interventions are very, very clearly communicated in the IPCC report as parts of how to deal with climate change. It doesn't work without it. And the stuff in the background basically shows that if you take these pieces out, the numbers don't add up. So we need to change. So how do we go about doing that? Well, some of the stuff that we've been working on already is shared. And a key word in all of this is going to be shared in many different ways. If you look at what drives climate change, a lot of it has to do with energy consumption in different ways, either through building, through goods procurement, or creating consumer goods, transportation. All of that has to do and builds on energy consumption. And if we need to reduce energy consumption, which is basically the bottom line if you look at all of the stuff around the climate change, we need to share more the stuff that's already made, because we have to make less. Build less buildings, roads, other stuff, build it more sustainable, find other ways to bring down the energy footprint of what we're doing. So basically in the transportation space, that is sharing more. And as Ruter, we've been working on how we can do this already. The public transit system as such is probably the most shared option there is as a systemic thing overall. Still doesn't cater to everything, but we're also working on other things, other modes, working on micromobility things, biking, looking into how can we cooperate with car sharing and other things. So basically trying to work on how can we enable more shared solutions to deal with more of the needs of the inhabitants than just what we can cover with the traditional public transit stuff. And as Bernd mentioned, all of this comes for us down to sustainable freedom of movement. And this is what we have as a vision. And yes, it is a company vision, but at the same time, this is to us the vision for our region and for our transportation system. And if you look at the words of it, there are actually two key components that connect. One is the last part, which is freedom of movement, which if you think about it, what do we do with people when they break the law? We take away their freedom. It doesn't get much more fundamental than that. So this really connects back to the freedom to live the life you want, have the job you want, family, do the things you want in your life. That is and freedom of movement is part of that. Because movement is enabling different ways to lead your life. The sustainable part, what is that? Well, that's where we need to do what the IPCC talked about. It's basically sharing more. That's the only way that's going to fly. And that's how we maintain the freedom of movement for the future as well, is to make sure that it becomes sustainable. So that's how we today create a better future for tomorrow. So how does all of this connect to transportation, and why do I keep talking about all this? We're talking about autonomous vehicles and blah blah and automated things, and what does all this has to do with it? Well, there are some opportunities here to change a system. There's some technologies that are growing up, autonomous technologies, that enables us to do things that hasn't been possible before. I'm sure you guys know the ITF reports. They're almost old. There's a whole bunch of them. It's a whole series. There's news media stuff. Rethink X has been, well, some like it, others criticize it. You can have your opinion, doesn't really matter. If half of what they say happens, or if it goes even at the half of the pace that they showed, it's still a transformational journey about to happen. So this has been our inspiration when we started looking into automated or autonomous mobility. Is it me or is it? Okay. Hopefully, I'm not going to ask, but I'm going to say, hopefully all of you guys have read this, which is our version of the ITF simulations and our version of looking into what would happen if we took all of the private car journeys and replaced them with a fleet of shared ride-sharing autonomous vehicles. Or we simulated a bunch of different ways, amongst other things, autonomous private cars, which basically doubled traffic. But I'll get to that in a second. And one of the really interesting things about this, because this, you can easily see that, okay, this turns into less vehicles and less vehicle miles traveled and all of that. But the really interesting thing that to me came out of these simulations was actually this part, which is the level of customer service you can provide, which is almost mind-blowing. If you look at this, waiting times, ignore all the B scenarios and all that stuff. This is the best case scenario. If you look at the waiting times, how long do you wait before you get picked up? For more than half of the journeys, it would be less than 2 minutes. How long, if you pushed a button on an app now sitting here, how long would it take you to get out on the road where you could actually meet the car? 2 minutes, less, or more? This is almost too good of a service. But this is also extremely competitive. And this is borderline better than car. And that's what's making some of this stuff interesting. Of course, then the other side is, okay, if I ride together with people, what happens then? What's the extra hassle that I get? Do I get a longer journey? Well, what we saw from the simulations is that, again, half of the journeys or more will have 4 minutes or less detour time. 4 minutes or less. That's almost shorter than a bathroom break. So this isn't going to be a major hassle in an everyday life. And when you can provide this kind of service to your customers, then you can really start competing with the car. The other side of it for a public transit player is that if case anywhere where we have a bus that is on a half-hour frequency, like that, where are you going to be if somebody provides this kind of service? Out of business. And if this kind of service isn't shared, ride sharing, what's going to happen? Double the traffic. So how do we actually find the sweet spot where we can actually build the future we want with this? And this is also important to us because our geography is diverse. We have the biggest city center in Norway, not big on a global scale, but still the biggest one in Norway. But we also have some very rural areas where you're more likely to find moose and wolves and Swedes than you find anything else. No offense to the Swedes, but we have some common borders where we have a lot of woods and wolves and moose and the odd people in between. And basically what this map shows is the average number of seconds you wait to be picked up. And the highest number here is around 3 minutes. And this is in very rural areas. So it even deals with the rural challenges as a complete system. This is not a high volume city center only thing. So again, for us, being part of society, delivering sustainable freedom of movement to everybody, this is important. And of course, then we have the given less than 90% of the vehicles needed, blah, blah, all of that. And also, as I mentioned a couple of times, we can reduce traffic if we have the current travel volume. Of course, if you make it cheap and easy to travel, you are going to have induced demand, so there are going to be growths driven by that again, and still needs to be sustainable. So all of the infrastructure projects and the road building cases become very interesting if we can take out 1/3 of the traffic. Because then when do we need to build the next road? Which again goes directly back to the sustainability agenda. How are we actually spending energy? And of course in these times as well, how we're spending money. So this is why this is important to us, and this is why we think this is transformational. And this is why we're looking for the 30,000 vehicles to actually create a better future for tomorrow for our citizens in this region. As you can hear, technology is fun, but this isn't about technology at all. This is fundamentally about creating a better future for our citizens in our region for tomorrow. At the same time, that gives us a bunch of opportunities, going first and leading on and showing the world that this can actually be done, and blah, blah, so forth, so on. And that's a space where we might have good opportunities, both us and you guys. So hopefully you will join in. So what have we done so far? We've run 4 different pilots. I hope my numbers are fairly up to date. Some of them, as you can see, we've done a couple of runs with the shuttles. First one was more of a demonstrating it, because how do we make people want to get into a vehicle without a driver? Take any audience you want and ask them to raise their hand if they have been in an autonomous vehicle, even with a safety driver. And I'm not talking about the Teslas. Anything else. Not a lot of people have been there. Not a lot of people have actually experienced that. We need to bring it out there, show it to people, make it common, make it something people can relate to and have experienced. And what we saw very, very clearly from our trials is that once people experience it, it becomes less scary. It's perceived to be more safe. People are maturing with this. But you need to be out there and doing it. So we've done the first one on Akershusstranda. Second one was a trial with a potential replacement of an existing bus route. The biggest numbers of passengers there were actually school kids. They were not afraid. Parents were more worried than the kids were. They have different frames of reference, so it's not entirely fair comparison. But still, we were able to make the parents feel safe and feel good about this as well. But of course, we had the vehicles out there, we visited the school, they had a naming competition, really brought it out there and included the customers. And that brings it back to Bernt's point earlier, how do we work together with the customers on that? Kongens Gate was slightly more technical, infrastructure and a whole bunch of other stuff. And of course, Ski, which is our latest experiment. Let's see if this video now works. Yep. And this is actually real-life winter operations, and the vehicle you can see is driving fully autonomously. And as you can see, these are regular Norwegian winter roads, and the weather is as you would expect. The snow moving and everything. And the vehicle had no issue with this. And we were even doing, as you will see in a minute, you can see on the dashboard, you can see the speedometer. We were doing 30 kilometers an hour, full winter conditions. And at a certain point we had to stop the trial. But that was not due to the technology, that was because the safety driver couldn't see. So the technology managed this. But there's also development in this. As you can see this in this picture from the Norwegian Technical Museum, you have airplanes that are no longer flying. You have some vehicles that are no longer on the roads. And of course, our first autonomous vehicle that we had the customers in. And it also shows that this is a space that's moving. And the benefits aren't going to be realized with the first generation of technology. We need the second, the third, the fourth, we need what's coming down the road. And that's where a conference like this is interesting. That's where the things that we saw from She is interesting, which is starting to show where this can go. And some of you guys know a lot better than I do, or we do, what is actually possible today. But it's still fun to see how police officers in, was it San Francisco, tried to stop a autonomous cruise car that really didn't want to either talk to them or stop or anything at all. If you haven't seen it, you should find it on Twitter or wherever it is. Loads of fun. But it shows that there is actually technology out there that are doing good things. We've had a look at some. Hopefully you guys are going to be talking about some of it later. Other players are well known for having had operations for a while. But to us, this is important sort of to show that we want to move forwards and ahead with this as well. So, we think that we're working on on several steps on how to get to a complete autonomous vehicle fleet. We think we're about here right now. We've done some trials and market introductions and some start. We need to get to more stable commercial operations than we have been so far. And that is because we want to scale it up. And we're looking for a complete system transformation. As I said, if we can bring 30,000 autonomous vehicles to our region, we're changing the entire region, fundamentally. And then it's actually more than just a public transit system. But as you can see here, there will also be diverse needs in this system as we move forwards. And that's where we're going to need all of you guys and some to help us with that. And if we look at how and where can we be when, and of course these are guessworks and we're probably going to be flogged for this or something in the future, because mostly when you guess on numbers and things like this, you're going to be wrong. That's mostly the only thing you can be sure of. But currently looking at the first two and aiming for how can we be as close to the 30,000 as possible by 2030, which isn't far away. If you're going to manufacture 30,000 vehicles, that in itself is going to take you at least more than a couple of weeks. There's going to be a time frame just for the manufacturing. You need a couple of things to happen before that. But we're really eager to see if we can push this forwards. And if we're going to deliver on the IPCC and enable demand changes with as little freedom loss as possible, that's what we're going to have to do. And that's where we need all of you guys again. This is just a sample value chain if you look at all the different parts of what this could be. Autonomous technology and the driver, the vehicles, city readiness, backbone and technology integration stuff. You need operations. Again, how do you deal with the autonomous vehicle that the police want to sort of interact with? Still funny. Hopefully it will be a vague memory not too soon. So, if we boil it down to what are we looking for? Large fleets of vehicles. As large as we can get them, or at least the 30,000. We don't need 300,000. There's 670,000 private cars in our region today. So we don't need to replace all of those. We need some sensible speeds. We've gotten to 30 kilometers, almost 40, working in that space. If we're going to have stuff that actually delivers on customer needs, we need to cover a larger variety of speeds. Not necessarily that everything needs to go faster, but we need to be able to operate sensibly in more of the traffic space. We need to be able to operate in our entire geography. That goes back to operating domains and frameworks and other stuff. How do we make all of this fly for our entire geography? And we need to get the safety driver out, because it doesn't scale. Not staffing-wise, because finding the safety drivers in themselves, we're having enough trouble finding bus drivers and other drivers to vehicles that actually need them. So if we can get the vehicles to drive without them, why would we put them in there? Because we're having trouble finding them. So, and of course the economies of it. We already have multiple different business models in the way we do our operations. We have stuff we tender in the market. We have stuff that are public monopolies, stuff like things on rails, metros and trams aren't tendered in Oslo. Buses are, boats are. We're working on cooperation models with biking and micromobility spaces, and have a variety of different ways of doing business to actually make this happen. So we think there are many options in this space for how this can move forward. Of course, we have to include the picture where we have the biggest fleet we've ever had, at least shown off on a picture. At a point, we almost got to 2 digits. But there are only 9 vehicles, but they're showing 2 different generations of what we've done. The 2 front ones you can recognize are the ones that I showed you with the winter operations, and the ones in the back are the first generation that we put in the museum. But we do have a stable and cooperative political environment, again going back to the political ambitions and where the city is from the start. Norway still has a strong economy, and unfortunately, potentially, we're benefiting from the current gas and oil prices as well. So even though we should be using less gas and oil, Norway still makes a lot of money from the usage that is actually there. But it gives us a strong economy and opportunities to do things that potentially other cities and countries might not be able to do. We have a high trust in the public sector, and we're fairly digital as a society. And to us, all of this provides a very good framework and a good starting point for actually doing potentially the world's first transformation from privately owned cars to a different kind of transportation system that still delivers the freedom to people, which is this, because people don't travel every day because they want to travel. People travel every day because they want to do this, or go to work, pick up kids, or do something else. The journey is just a means to an end. It's a utility. So how can we make that stick around in a way where you can actually lead the life you want, and at the same time make that utility a lot more sustainable, so that we can keep the good life for tomorrow as well as having it for today. So that's basically our thinking in this space. Open it up to questions or comments or reflections around this. Anyone? If it's crystal clear and basically we need to operationalize it, then we can just speed ahead with the rest of the program. But the floor's open. Anyone?
So, as Andres said, any questions from the audience? Or from the chat, perhaps?
Yes. Thanks, Andre, for that inspiring talk. We have one or multiple questions. Maybe the one most interesting is what's the legal regulation regarding safety driver in Norway, and are they required?
Currently, the regulation is still the way that you need a permit to operate. So there isn't a permanent regulation for driver-free vehicles set up, which to us is a good thing, because it means that as long as you can prove you're doing a safe operation, you might not need the safety driver. But this is where we are actually pushing regulators and pushing boundaries with what we're doing. But we're also working closely with them. And for those of you that have been working with us or know us a little bit, you know that we are fairly close to the regulators. We are working closely with them to move this forward. Of course, international regulation is part of the space. We don't control that alone, and Norway doesn't control that alone. But the current state, and this is the feedback we get from other players around as well, is that Norway is a good place to start. There's a good balance between being safe and being able to actually do things. I don't know if that was a good answer to the question, but at least there was one.
Perfect. Thanks.
Any other questions?
Yes, of course. What about working together with the city and the municipality?
We are. We're working on their behalf. That's who we are. We are the public transit authority for the city and the municipality. And we're building on their political agenda. Any other questions in the room? Comments? We have one in the back here. Wait for the microphone so that the digital people can hear us as well.
Yes. Hello, I'm Eva Arestad from SAMS Norway. Speaking, if you cooperate with the city, do you also cooperate in terms of, so you know, the infrastructural changes that are coming along, or big changes in the network, road network, for example, stuff like that?
Yes, we do.
On a
The short answer to that is yes. We are the current trials that we have done in the autonomous space is actually done in the context of a joint project that is Ruter, the road authorities, and the city of Oslo. It's called STOR, for those that have heard of it, Smarter Transportation in the Oslo region. And as such, we have all of those pieces around the table there as well. And also, as Ruter working with public transit, we have a fairly good idea of what's going to happen with the road network, simply because we're already using it. Potentially not everything, but at least some. Any other questions, comments? Okay. Then we'll speed on with the implementation.
Yes, let's.
It's all clear what needs to be done, so now we can just go do it. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Just having a look at the time. We're ahead of schedule. There's nothing wrong with that. So time now for the participant presentations, and we'll start with Oxbotica. And the way I'll be doing it with these presentations, I will always announce who's up and who is next up after that, just so that the presenter who's next in line is given a reminder to get ready. In this case, that will be SEFT, part of Zika in the Geely group. But first, Oxbotica.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Joe. I'm here today from Oxbotica. Thank you very much for having us to speak this morning. I already feel under a massive amount of pressure as the fourth best English speaker to take the stage so far. So Oxbotica, we are a Oxford-based autonomous vehicle software company. I'm going to talk to you a bit about what Oxbotica do, how we see that affecting the mobility industry, and then a bit of an insight into where we're at. So to start, Oxbotica, we are on a mission to make the Earth move. And what that means is we want to safely and sustainably unleash the benefits of self-driving technology to every organisation. And when we talk about benefits, I think some of those have already been highlighted, but there's also a lot that we don't yet know. When we have this kind of shift, there's ways in which we completely reimagine things like the city scene, and so we're really looking forward to being part of that. So what do we do at Oxbotica? We are building what we call a universal autonomy platform, and this is where we see our positioning as being a little bit different, because we remove the need for drivers in a massive and varied number of domains. Those domains range all the way from mining, a slightly obscured picture at the bottom there, all the way through to passenger transport in cities. And to show that we this isn't something that we're just doing on PowerPoint, here you can see Oxbotica vehicles operating in all of those different types of areas. Some of them with safety drivers, some without. You can see us in mines and quarries, in industrial environments such as ports, and you have an example in Friedrichshafen in Germany, and also in Birmingham in the UK. So the key thing to take away that we're building a technology platform that is universal throughout all of those applications. So at its very core, it's the same platform across those different domains. Whilst of course there's configuration, you're likely to have different sensors in a mine that you're going to have in a city to the sensors you have in a city. that software is absolutely the same. So 3 very quick things that perhaps set Oxbotica apart. So first of all, I've talked about universal. The next big one is horizontal, and what I mean by this is that Oxbotica, we just focus on making the vehicles move, removing the driver, providing that autonomous technology platform. That means that we have a real focus on partnering with industry experts to take our technology to market. So we don't want to own the vertical, we don't want to own the customer, we're not experts in vehicles, we're experts in autonomous software. And so we see a real need for collaboration to build the ultimate systems that are going to be in place in the future. And lastly, we are open, which means that we won't ever provide a black box system. Again, to prove that things are safe, the industry needs to be open. We need to be open to having flexible relationships with the people that help us put this technology in place. So the bit that we're most famous for at Oxbotica is the driver. That's the central bit, the bit that the software that does the driving task. We also have some other complementary areas of technology that we offer to put this system in place. Once you have a vehicle that's capable of driving, you need something that tells it where to go. And whilst we're never going to build full fleet management platforms, we need something that connects our vehicles into the existing systems in which they operate. And so we have a cloud integration platform. We also need to prove that they're safe, and a massive amount of our effort as a company at the minute is in how do we deploy these at scale, and to get there, do the verification and validation to prove that we're ready for that rollout. Very quickly going to dive into both of those areas. So the Oxbotica Cloud is exactly what you'd expect from a fleet management system. It's got pictures of vehicles moving around cities, which is what everyone wants to see. It includes all of the vehicle's interaction with the other systems that they'll come into contact with, and that includes the systems of our customers. So if you think about an autonomous vehicle in a mine context, mines already have fleet management systems in place, and so the Oxbotica Cloud enables us to connect into those fleet management systems and act as the translator between autonomous vehicles and our customers' operations. Where it starts to get really interesting is that point around proving that we're safe, and we have a team working on a separate product called MetaDriver, which is Oxbotica's way to accelerate verification and validation of autonomous vehicle software. And I definitely haven't got enough time to go into this today, but within that space we're doing lots of really interesting work around scenario expansion. So how do we automatically discover the most adversarial corner cases specific to a vehicle, specific to a piece of software, and specific to a geography. And then once we've got those most adversarial scenarios, how can we make sure that we've got the sufficient data coverage? So then that's looking at different road users in the scene, different times of day, different types of weather. And so we massively build out this verification and validation funnel with as little human input as possible. So there are core areas of technology. We, as I say, apply those across all those different industries, cities included, and we try to remain agnostic of the vehicles that we operate on, the sensor set. And so we're really just focused on applying this to as many different use cases as possible. You might think that that's a pretty big vision. And so how do we get there? You're saying that ultimately all vehicles everywhere are going to be autonomous, and you're building a platform to achieve that. We believe that there's a sequence to doing this. And so if you wanted to see autonomous vehicles operating in a commercial context today, you'd probably have to fly out to a mine. And already there's autonomous vehicles with fairly simple autonomy systems operating there today. And that's where we start Oxbotica. We've got a commercial partnership that not allowed to reveal the name yet, in a mining environment, and that's teaching us a massive amount of deploying in a commercial context. Also, there's a massive amount of transferable learning from things like dust, extreme weather, and then with time, as each domain becomes ready for autonomy, and as we're able to prove that it's safe in that environment, we start to move with domains with increasing complexity. And so you can see this flow on the slide here. So we move from a mining extremely controlled, extremely private, extremely closed environment, through into a slightly less controlled industrial environment, which might be a port or a solar farm, where it's still private road, but you've got a few more degrees of freedom. Where it really starts to get interesting is when we move into the public sphere on a public road. And please don't read too much into the timing here, because goods and people, it's similar challenges, and they're going to happen within a similar time frame. What's key is that it's not the robotaxi use case. Of course, that happens ultimately, but there's lots of things we can do to make that type of deployment more achievable in the short term, and part of that is looking at initial cases of autonomy for goods and people. What's really key among all of those, and I touched on this at the start, is that we go to market through our partners. Whilst goods isn't a focus today, one of the relationships we have is with Ocado Technology, and we're building together an autonomous last mile delivery system. When we start to move into shared urban passenger transport, we have a relationship with ZF, who are an investor in Oxbotica, and together we're building a large capacity autonomous shuttle platform. And then I'm not going to steal too much of my colleagues at Nev's Funder, as I know they'll be talking about our specific roadmap later. But we of course have another relationship in a slightly smaller shared autonomous passenger vehicle with Nev's. And I believe Adam's going to give some insight into where we see the specifics of that roadmap a little bit later on. With all of these partners, we have an absolute focus on product and deployment. Whilst we come from Oxford University and we absolutely love the tech, this is really now about getting that out there with early adopters that ultimately lead to scale. And I think the story is much more now about putting this into deployment and product rather than that tech development. So just to finish off, really, we believe we've got a massive amount to offer to help transform the public transport journey. Of course, as a technology, we also hope that through partnering with organisations in this room, we can bring a massive amount that we've learned from doing this in the UK. We're contributing to the development of regulation and legislation, both on and off road. We're in a really fortunate position to be the first company to be approved against the UK Code of Practice for deploying AVs. And we've got real experience of deploying these vehicles at scale and at fleets and cities. And so where I wanted to leave you, my last parting shot was just to show you where we're at. And whilst this video, the route doesn't look particularly exciting, and it's not, what's the really exciting thing is that this was a UK first zero occupancy autonomous vehicle on a open public road. And this isn't about the technology, but it's about all of the steps that we had to take as an organisation to be able to do this, and that's from a regulation, insurance, legislation side. And so we're getting close to be able to really start to put these into commercial applications, and I really welcome the chance today to talk to people who we'd like to do that with, and together with our partners. So thank you very much for the time. Welcome any questions, and I look forward to meeting you all in person later on. Thank you.
So, any questions? The mic is ready to be passed around. Or any questions from the chat? Right.
Then we are back on the mic. Thanks. Thank you for that presentation, Joseph. I got a question from the digital entities here. What's part of the industry value chain, in your perspective, needs to be improved, transformed, or needs to mature for you to provide people mover at scale?
So I mean, the most emergent part of the industry currently is the regulation legislation space. I think everywhere else we're seeing first movers. Insurance is a massive enabler, and of course that industry is now really starting to move in the right direction. We've got partnerships with the likes of Marsh, who are developing products for AV. Where we perhaps need to really work together is on the lobbying side and influencing the regulation that's going to enable us to do this at scale, rather than just perhaps the permits that enable trials.
Thanks. Any other questions from the audience?
So, thank you.
Excellent, thanks a lot.
Next up is SEFT, part of Zika in the Geely Group, and after that we will have today's first break.
So thank you, and thank you, Ruter, for inviting us to this event. Truly fantastic to be here and to speak about this. And also, hi to all colleagues and enablers in our business. We are all needed to push the boundaries, truly so. So my name is Charlotte Eisner. I'm head of business development at CVT, which is a part of the Zika Group within Geely Automotive. And I have the pleasure of presenting our take on autonomous vehicles and also our offer and the role we aim to take in this presentation and in this business. So we could spend hours on explaining how much research we've done over the years to understand the needs and the drivers in this market. But since Ruter did such a great job and we agree with most of the things, more or less everything you said, we would jump right into explaining more about us, who we are, and what we do. So CVT was founded in 2013 as the R&D company within the Geely Group. We were given the task to work with the forefront technologies, both hardware and software. And in only 3 years, we managed to form a company, present a vehicle platform, and deploy vehicles like the Volvo XC40, the Polestar 2, and the Lynk & Co. The Lynk & Co. Being the first connected and truly streamed vehicle in the market. So that was one thing. That proved early on that we are an agile company, fast movers, and all that, of course, is really important as we move on into the business that we are going to discuss today. We have some 1,700 skilled engineers, and for many years now we've been working deeply connected with innovation and startup. We are penetrating and working with the startup scene in many countries, and we have our own hubs in Israel, in Finland, and in other markets. And we've been a supplier of innovative technology to the Geely Group for many, many years. So nobody was surprised when a few years ago they pointed at CVT and said, "You are the one who will be leading the work on autonomous vehicles within our group." So we accepted the challenge and we moved on. Everyone in this room is doing a lot of work and thinking about positions in the value chain, and so have we done over the years. And we know that some of our colleagues in the business, they aim to grasp a wider span within the value chain, and everyone is more or less aiming to be on top in this scenery. At CVT, we choose to focus. And our focus is to take full responsibility as OEM and a provider of safe, reliable, and suitable vehicles for this market. This will not limit us in also supplying software services and aid the fleet owners, the fleet operators, and all collaborators with both in-vehicle and around-vehicle services. We have a portfolio of a lot of digital services that we can deploy different areas if needed, and if there is somebody else who thinks they are better, then we don't need to do it. But the vehicle is our focus. So for some time now we've been deep diving into the liability issues and how to move about tier 1 and tier 2 suppliers. And having the experience from being a vehicle supplier long term, we feel suited to manage that in a good way. one of the more important things to us has been to understand the pain points, both from the city side, the end users, of course, since we need to, as we heard before, get them into the vehicles, and also the fleet owners and operators. And what we have been working a lot on is finding a vehicle that could meet the TCO requirements from cities. We cannot supply a very expensive vehicle, and it should be a vehicle that can last for many kilometers and many years. So low TCO is one of the more important things, of course, to a fleet owner and a fleet operator. To have a way of predicting maintenance and to offer low cost, high quality, efficient aftermarket services to these vehicles is also crucial, and something that we accept as our responsibility. The city's pain points are obvious, and we are targeting on preventing or presenting vehicles that will supply mobility that will be both limiting pollution, and I will come back to that, and being smooth and ready whenever you order them. For the end users, it's so important to recognize your environment from being in your own car to riding in a robotaxi. So to make the step as little as possible is important. But CVT is here to say that we are the OEM for Europe. And we have the experience, because some years ago we were given the task by Google to develop the Waymo 1 vehicle. And so we do. The first generation of our vehicles is right now on their way to the territories of California and also Phoenix, where Waymo have their operations since a few years back. Waymo bringing information and intelligence into our system from operating 24/7 with a commercial license in the US. And this is our first gen. And some knowledgeable people in the market say that we won't probably see a growth, a hockey stick growth in the market before we have at least a Gen 2 vehicle to provide in the market. So this is based on experience. I'm also very pleased to say that we are now for the European market working to present to Oslo and to Ruter our Gen 2 vehicle. And this vehicle will be a shared vehicle, not only between 2 or more people, but also there is a version of some 6 to 9 or even 10 people provided. We also suggest that the vehicle could be shared between not only people, but also people and goods, and this is what we are looking into. So for some of the statistics, and this of course is material that is sent out to you, the vehicle that we are provided has NCAP 5-star crash test and managed that. A long range of 500,000 kilometers over 5 years. And it comes in different models, as you can see. We focused on easy ingress, egress, and it's of course accessible, easily accessible also for disabled and or challenged people. These are the key areas for us. We would like to supply low TCO, durability, safety, sustainability, different sizes of vehicles, from smaller to larger, from say 30, 50 to 80 kilometers up to 140 kilometers. Because if you want to go AV, we think you want to go home or to the airport, not only within the city center. And we are in the Gen 2 also facilitating a special roof that will make maintenance and aftermarket cheaper, better, and also allow for AD suppliers to upgrade their hardware every 2 or 3 or 4 years. But we want the vehicle to be in the market for at least 7 or 8 years. So to tease you a little bit with some of the features that we would like to offer in the vehicles, we have an air cleaning system that doesn't only provide good air for within the vehicle, but that actually also cleans the air in the city like a vacuum cleaner. We offer an AI solution that detects vandalism or littering, but also, of course, if the passenger forgets something. privacy zones, it's obvious that that needs to be provided, but also for maintenance, to offer a virus-free, bacteria-free area, and we have a low-cost, efficient, new technology way of solving that. For the most important part, timing. As you see, we very good match the Ruter roadmap, because we've done it before. We're already in the US, and we are now with our Gen 2 vehicle. We will be able to deploy test vehicles during the pilot phase, purpose-built test vehicles, tested in the cold environments of the Nordic countries. And we will be able to grow the smaller to larger fleets over the years from 2024, 25, 26. And we will most surely be there with the larger fleet when the time has come to transform the market entirely. So by that, I end, and thank you so much again for having us here. And not only will we be able to answer questions here, but I also have two colleagues in the room that would be more than happy to answer any questions during the rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Any questions from the audience? Or from the chat spam?
Always from the digital participants. Thanks, Charlotte, for that presentation. We have a couple of questions here. Any special partner type you're looking for in your view forward?
Yes, of course, we are a company needing to integrate with AD suppliers, AD system suppliers. And for Oslo and Ruter and this arena where we are now, we are very proud to say that we will collaborate closely with Mobileye. Having said that, the vehicle is AD system agnostic, so we've made a way to easily integrate with any AD supplier. But this is our top choice for this arena.
Thank you. And then another question there is, what do you think from your perspective will create a tipping point for introduction of autonomous vehicles in a service?
Like our colleague here at Ruter said, as soon as people get into the vehicles and see them, of course, in Norway, you know everything about that, how important it was to actually introduce the electric vehicles in the street. And once people saw them and tried them, that was a quick driver to make change. So what we are so happy to see here is that Oslo and Ruter is actually doing something to show that it's possible. But then to have a more serious or deeper answer to that, of course, everyone realizes the need for less traffic and a better environment in the cities. And the more we talk about the livability in cities and how little time you want to spend on waiting in line or queuing with your vehicle, that will be a driver. So peak car is not that far away. This is what we think.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we have arrived now at today's first break, and we're ahead of schedule, so that break will have a duration of 30 minutes. We'll reconvene here at 10:45 with Scheffler first up. And I just wanted to remind everyone that there are a number of meeting rooms available here at the center, and just hope that you make the most of the occasion and use those to have some good conversations. I'll see you again at 10:45. Hello, hello. Okay. Right, so welcome back everyone. We'll be continuing with the participant presentations, and first now we are to hear from Scheffler, followed by a remote presentation by Afri. So off you go, Scheffler.
So good morning everyone. Happy to be here. Thanks for inviting us to your wonderful city. We are representing the German company Scheffler today. Scheffler is an automotive and industrial supplier with about 14 or 15 billion of revenue, 80,000 people, headquartered in Germany but active in all the major regions in the world. Why is this relevant for us here? Scheffler is a provider of electric powertrain technology, which is driving cars. Yeah, we have a fast-growing business in that area, and obviously there are similarities here to the components. We are working in the area of steer-by-wire, which is a key ingredient of what is going to drive these vehicles. And about 5 years ago, we started with what we call the Mover project, where we showed the first prototype at the International Auto Show in Germany initially, and we are now developing the next generations of that. So our company, I believe, is a safe pair of hands. It's a large supplier to the automotive industry, something that is obviously needed here. We cannot do it alone. We can only do this with partners. That's very clear. That's why we're here. That's also why I am here. I'm not normally at these type of events. My name is Martin Costa. I'm head of M&A and strategic projects for the group. And me being here shows that we are looking for business models, and how to integrate and how to find the place in this emerging landscape, which I guess unites us all, who are sitting here today. And I'm handing over to Torsten, who is actually telling you about the technology, which is much more important than me. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you also from my side. So my name is Torsten Bergel. I'm in charge of the Mover activities from project point of view at Scheffler. And I'm also very glad to have the possibility to show up some slides today. So where we at Scheffler and what are we doing? Okay. So what is our approach and what is our part at Scheffler of building such kind of vehicles? So during the last 2 years, we made some mind about what would be a good, let's say, a good basis for such kind of vehicles, and how have the possibility also to make an easy scale up and scale down in size, and being rather flexible also with the platform for different use cases. And that's what we done so far is, and where we at the moment. We designed a kind of rolling chassis, and which is, let's say it on that, which includes everything you need for driving, at least. That means we have a chassis control unit inside, a battery package, the propulsion with the e-axle. We even have the possibility to change this to kind of corner modules we call I-corner. This is where the propulsion is directly integrated in the wheel. And you can also equip this kind of rolling chassis in a flexible topology, where we have at the moment, what we build up now is we have a standard rear axle and a front wheel steering. We are already integrated also a rear wheel steering, but this is something which needs to be further developed also in terms of what is today's AD stacks possible to handle. But we also have some projects running mainly in China with movers equipped with corner modules, so where you can have some flexible moves like grab move or going 360 changes on just on the spot turning and something like that. But we see this mostly in more or less in some small areas like services or logistics where we have not much space to move. But on normal driving public roads, we don't see this at the moment, at least. Okay, so Martin already mentioned where are we coming from. So Schaeffler is mainly delivering parts to automotive industry and also to normal, let's say, industries like bearings and so on. And during the last years, we put up a little more our portfolio in terms of building up e-axles, steer-by-wire topics. Also, we are looking at batteries, brakes, and so on. So therefore, we have in-house nearly all you need to build up such a platform and a vehicle. But actually, with the partner of Mobileye, and we decided to go a further step now, and actually looking for a second partner to build up even then the whole vehicles, and that's mainly also a topic why we are here today. So we are in close discussions with one possible partner, but at the end we're still looking for it. And also, let's say at the end the target is to give the possibility to build up a L4 vehicle to the public transport, and that's also where we in Germany we had some discussions and partners with also fleet management and mobility services with Deutsche Bahn, Yoki and Clever Shuttle. But this is something more or less which will be dependent on the region where the car will go to or the shuttle will go to. So therefore, the goal is the turnkey solution, let's say for public transport, to deliver something which enables public transport to give the people the kind of possibility to ride in such shuttles. Okay, so how does it look like, or what are we thinking about at the moment? So we are in close discussions, as I mentioned, with Mobileye. So this means we require for autonomous driving no external infrastructure, and also we think that on-demand pooling will also be a key solution for those kind of cars. What we've done, or what we are at the moment, is kind of seamless integration of the AD sensors, also Raleigh in together with Mobileye. The vehicle will be able to drive up to 80 kilometers per hour. We have at the moment thinking about 10 seats plus a wheelchair and 2 folding chairs. We have the automated wheelchair ramp, what we think is mandatory for public transportation in a vehicle size of this. We have a battery capacity or trying to install about 90 kilowatts per hours, and also we can install a kind of a PV on the rooftop to extend at least a little bit the range, or provide power to all the stuff which is also equipped inside, like you need to heat. Thank you. And we have the possibility to have a kind of automated conductive charging system inside. So you don't need to plug in. You can plug in a cable, but we have also installed a automated conductive system. Some more views about like I already mentioned, the handicap access, and also some let's say you can also put on some individualization, like advertisement on the outside or whatever you like to. Okay, some inside view. This is quite not finalized at the moment. This is just a study, but from engineering point of view, this is what we are able to install. So at the moment, we are able to install 10 seats and 2 spare seats. Yes. Okay. What I learned so far is the timeline is something which is interesting, or everybody is interested in, and how far can we scale up. And I expect also some maybe some questions coming up. So as Martin also already mentioned, we introduced 2018 on the IAA the first Schaeffler mover. In 21 we showed a rolling chassis concept on the IAA, and actually what we are doing now is we are just at the moment building up a demonstrator and starting it up during the next weeks, and hopefully starting testing at the end of the year. So actually we are discussing about providing at the beginning of next year a demo vehicle for Mobileye, which I think it looks rather good at the moment. Okay. And then it's the same, like after demonstrator and getting some confidence, I think you're able then to then we are able to scale it up at least to a kind of first of all pilot project, and at the end then depending on whatever ecosystem, finance, tenders, releases, and legal topics, then we will be able also to scale it up. But the timeline to scale it up, the lady showed 2025, so I think this number is not that wrong. Okay, so that's it from our side. Any questions?
Questions from the audience? Questions from the chat? Oh, question over there.
Yes, a question. Henrik Anneberg. Sorry, they probably hear me anyway, but okay. Hello? Yes. No? Okay. Henrik Anneberg, Technical Director, Unibus. Just a question about the vehicle. Are you going to be the vehicle OEM yourself, or are you going to partner with someone else?
Partner with somebody else.
Okay. Not decided yet, I guess.
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you.
I think if we want to stay on schedule, we should probably get ready for the next presentation, which is to be held remotely by AFRI, followed by Mobility for Us. So AFRI, you may start your presentation when you're ready.
Okay, let me check if I can control the slides. Yes, hello everyone, good morning, and I'm really pleased to be here. I only learned about this event actually last night, so that's why I could not be there in person, but I really appreciate that we have the chance to present ourselves. AFRI, I quickly want to give you some company background in case you have not heard of us. We are a large company with a base in the Nordics, 17,000 employees, and with a 2 billion revenue, almost 2 billion revenue in the last year. We have international presence in over 40 countries. We have offices and do projects in more than 100 countries. We have 6 divisions. We work on infrastructure, including road infrastructure, but all sorts of infrastructure. We build bridges. We do all kinds of engineering work in the infrastructure space. Then we have a strong team in automotive that's in our industrial and digital solutions divisions. And so we help automotive OEMs and suppliers to design and build their products. We have a strong presence in process industries. That's less relevant for this topic here. But then the next division, energy. So we have a lot of electrical engineers that are building power plants and distribution networks. AFRIX is our digital unit, and then we have a management consulting practice where we help customers with finance, business model questions, transactions, and so forth. I quickly want to go and show you our experience. So only learning about this event yesterday, I just compiled some photos and existing slides that I thought are relevant here for this case. In the future mobility space, we work at the moment a lot on EV charging infrastructure for passenger cars, for buses, so for large fleets. And then we have we work on new mobility services, so micromobility, for example, also walking and cycling infrastructure. It's also part of our portfolio. And then lastly, smart infrastructure, which could be, for example, intelligent traffic signaling and so forth. We have, I would say, in the autonomous and on-demand mobility space, we have a view on the complete system of systems. We understand the customer journey, basically where it all starts. What is the need of the customer, and so how do customers then request that ride? How does that message get dispatched in a coordination center and well, sent over to a wheel, either with the driver or without the driver? And how do then for example, the vehicles and the coordination center interact with traffic management? So, for example, so that routes are optimized even before the vehicle comes to a particular place or while it is at a particular place. And I will talk about that in a moment. Then, of course, charging, it's a part of the problem that you need to solve. And of course, all around the payments. So it's quite a complex environment, and we believe you need to understand the whole picture in order to create a solution that works. A few, stories from the past. I have personally been involved in a number of deployments of the Navia shuttles, already been a number of years ago, and down under in Australia and New Zealand. And what we learned in these early deployments was, and you can see there, this photo has been taken at the airport in Christchurch, and that's happening behind a fence on private grounds. And then we moved well, in front of the fence, basically, but kept on private grounds for most of the time at that time, like 4 or 5 years ago. Also in Sydney, in the Olympic Park, or at the university campus in Melbourne. That all was private grounds, but it was real. It was also in most cases more than a demo. And so what I learned there was that you need to think clearly about the use case. Whom are you going to help? What is the needs? Is it travelers with suitcases, for example? Where are they going? So how can you provide real value to people? It's important to closely work with transport authorities to be compliant with the rules, of course. Well, at that time, we had to watch out for basic vehicle engineering problems, something that we did not expect when we deployed the first shuttles. And we deployed several, and for several vendors. So I'm not picking at a particular vendor here, but we had, for example, in one case, problems with doors that were not closing. And you're thinking you can solve, highly advanced autonomous driving problems, but as long as the door does not close reliably, the vehicle is not moving. And so that's not what we thought of when we started this. Okay, there are, of course, advanced autonomous driving problems that need to be resolved. How to deviate when there's a delivery truck parked at the place where you wanted to go. And what I learned at that time is that you need to prepare for remote control. So absolutely agree with the point that was made earlier. We need to get rid of the safety driver, but of course there needs to be human intervention at some stage for a longer period of time. And our view is that this is happening from remote. What we did after that, after a number of deployments of the Navia shuttles, was that we developed our own prototypes. And this is on the base of golf carts. So as you can see, no doors. We wanted to save efforts on that hassle. And on that side, and we equipped this with LiDAR and radar and cameras and all types of sensors, and made this work and presented this on public roads in Christchurch. And there, unfortunately, I cannot play the video now, but that you would see is also did platooning. So they all went on the same track with the same distance at the same speed. And we also communicated there with this traffic signal. So we equipped that with wireless radio so that we learn about the time to green and time to red. And we stopped and we send signals to the vehicle. So that could actually work then without cameras. So that's something that is also something that we believe in. So this is what this vehicle looks like today, right? So what you just saw, those were prototypes, and so we did not care much about the design, but this was the final design. And this vehicle is now operational in Australia, in Korea, South Korea, and a few other places on the other side of the world. We have also done other projects with, for example, NEFs, and I saw that Adam's going to present more later, and so that is really a very advanced design with a unique user experience. It's amazing how quiet and how well you sit there. So this really grants privacy as well, and so it's a real differentiator in terms of the luxury element. And so basically, let me just stop here. So what we do in these kind of projects, so we work a lot with automotive companies and suppliers. I said it earlier, also in the autonomous driving space. And we then look, for example, we have people to look after vehicle mechanics and dynamics, exterior design, interior design, secure communications, software architecture and development, testing, simulation, battery management, structure, sustainability aspects, but then also the roadside infrastructure and road safety. That's really a very important point for us. And we have experts that are globally known, traffic management, and then also from the management consulting side, we look into regulations, into business models, business cases, and so forth. Last slide. So we believe in, this is a system of systems. And again, you need to get the full picture. You need to understand this all. And for us, I'm convinced that for some time, this is obviously not going to be everywhere. It's going to be somewhere. And at these places where we see autonomous shuttles, I think there's also, it could be worth also rolling out specific roadside devices that, for example, connect to traffic controllers and send additional data to the vehicle, or establish reliable communication, send more precise GPS signals and so forth. Then, of course, a lot happens in the vehicle, but also in the back end. So the cloud-based end has a control center for remote management and mobility services, so for ordering, for payments and so forth, for scheduling, and everything, of course, is going to happen through the magic wand in the hand of the user, the smartphone. So with this, I'm going to stop and waiting for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So any questions for Afri from the audience first? Anything in the chat, Lars Gunnar?
Thank you for that presentation. We have one question here. When do you, from more of a third-party perspective on the industry, when do you think we will see AV services at scale in Europe?
It depends on what we mean by scale. From my perspective, autonomous driving is here. It's just not evenly distributed. We see it in also places like Heathrow Airport. at Terminal 5, and you know, it's segregated lines, and okay, but it has restrictions. It's not easily accessible, but we are going to make it more and more easily accessible, so it's a matter of you know, it's a gradual movement, and I'd say so. Also here we have in Munich or in Germany, where I live, the regulations are primarily in place. There are pilots going on, and I think it's reality sooner than people think. And I would say before 2025. In specific places, right? We need to think of the use cases. Where can we provide value today? And I think I'm convinced that someone useful can be built already today.
Right. So, thank you again. And we'll move on to the next presentation, which is to be held by Mobility Forus, followed by ITS Norway.
Thank you very much. My name is Karina Lavik. I represent Mobility Forus. We're an operator of autonomous public transportation. We've been in operation since when we were waiting for the temporary legislation in 2017. The time was spent well in testing the necessary hours to get the vehicle approval and putting it into the first service in 2018. The first project, paving the way really, we were allowed to operate in 12 kilometers an hour. The sign plan was down to 96 when we started on a 1.2 kilometer route. So not so long after, I think you managed to get it down to 2 starting here. But we're very happy to see so many people gathered here today, eager to move autonomous mobility forward. We're also very happy to see that there's more products coming to market because we're eagerly awaiting new vehicles to put into service. We're a result of this. Mobility Forus can stand for Mobility for Us, or Forus, which is an industrial area between 3 municipalities on the west coast. Sandnes, Sola and Stavanger. It's an area with, I think at least it was the same amount of people as in Canary Wharf. But the private car is strong. So it's trying to create that seamless transportation that takes more people over to public transportation. Our job as an operator is to match the technology and the vehicles available with the needs of the customers, and also to increase the social acceptance. So looking at long-term projects where people actually get used to seeing and thinking that, oh, I'll just jump on the shuttle, it's not scary, to get more used to it. To be able to introduce new vehicles to our customers, to put them onto the roads, have more options to play with, we have been initiators of something called the Yago test arena. It's based in this area of Forus, which I mentioned, and basically it has closed areas and public roads that have been approved for autonomous operations. So it's the area to get that vehicle approval, to get things tested. It works across air, water and land. And it's a cluster of companies working together. And some of the partners are the Avinor, the Norwegian aviation authorities, because they see that their master plans for what the airport was going to be like in 50 years, things are moving so quickly. Likewise, insurance companies trying to adopt to new mobility solutions. Oops, no, looks better. We are about to start a project up north in Bodø. It's the north of the polar circle, and I think it's the northernmost long-term projects that we've had. It's opening later this month, where we're putting 2 vehicles into public service. And it's a route that has been requested by inhabitants for quite some time. And the hope is that it will improve the parking situation up at the hospital, that more people will be able to park further away, jump on the shuttle, get to work. So it's that last mile solution. From the city center as well. I will spare you from a video. We are well into a 2-year project. And again, it's back to that social acceptance. When you have a shuttle, that just becomes every day for people living in the area. It runs from the city center of Stavanger, where we're based, up to the a neighborhood which is a lot of seniors living in this area. There's a few schools for higher education. And just, again, it's the type of project where we'd love to see new technology that we could try, put into a project, getting that social acceptance in the project. And to kind of pave the way and rethinking mobility, we have 2 projects that I would briefly like to present to you. One of them is called Sustainable Drill and Drive, and it's the result of a group of companies, including an innovation cluster, looking at infrastructure and the cost of infrastructure for public transportation, for mobility. So we started thinking of how can we just do this differently. In the area where we're based, they're building Northern Europe's longest busway. So it's 50 kilometers long. It's very expensive, and it's really dividing up neighborhoods. Down the line, it's going to be perfect for autonomous shuttles. You have your route there, segregated lines, more or less. But to kind of maintain these price areas, we've developed a concept, and I'll just show you an animation now to illustrate it. It's an animation kind of early on just to explain what the concept is. But what we're looking at is building small purpose-built tunnels, boring them rather than blasting, which is a very Norwegian thing of doing. We blast tunnels. They're small, and they will take you directly from one point to another. So rethinking regular metros with the tracks. We use the digital tracks for autonomous shuttles. And rush hour, you can bypass the stations to go directly. Off-peak, maybe pick-up services, so on. And it's just to illustrate, because we've heard from different vehicle manufacturers that it's an example of where we're looking for the perfect vehicle to put in there. And everything is in a closed environment to reduce maintenance cost, all kinds of the environment with the tires you need to put on the shuttles and everything like that. Another project we're looking at, because again, infrastructure, looking at the national goals of getting more people onto public transportation, smart use of technology, and using existing infrastructure. There's a railway line that's not been in use for public transportation since 1955, but it's still there. What would it do to the area, to businesses, residential neighborhoods, and so on, if you actually reintroduced a public service running there? And it's a segregated line again, which will take us away from some of the complexity of mixed traffic, and hopefully we are looking forward to the day where we can take the safety driver into the control room and operating whole fleet. It's the goal we all seek. But it's a research project that we're on now, looking at what's the best technology to put on there, what's the cost of upgrading it for something that's so much lighter than trains, and what will it do with the neighborhood and existing public transportation in the area. Briefly, we are quite a small company, but we are backed by 2 major players in Boreal. It's a PTO in Norway, across the country, ferries, buses, boats, trams, and also some operation in Sweden, and Sea Brokers Group, which has a lot of different business interest across sectors. So yeah, that was trying to be short, but would be very happy to talk to a lot of you. Please reach out and look forward to the rest.
Thank you. Questions from the audience? Questions from the chat?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. We have a couple of questions from the chat. One of them is, you're talking to a lot of possible professional purchases of public transport services. Do you think the demand for AVs are getting ready for the introduction?
Is ready for the...
Do you think the purchasers are getting ready for purchasing these services as a whole? From your perspective, seeing a lot of purchases from the public transport industry?
I think we're kind of in a crossroads, I don't know what to call it now, where we're very happy to see Ruter and other players eager to really push forward with this. We have a pipeline of projects and project interests. So for our point of view, we're really looking at having the technology at a level and that serves the purpose, really works for people. So we need to get to the stage where you can actually see the real benefit of removing the safety driver, taking down costs, and then we can scale.
Thank you. Another one is, you were mentioning purpose-built vehicles for tunnels. Have you seen any actors preparing for that in the industry, or are you looking for such a partner?
We're looking for the vehicles. We have some designs, we have ideas for it. What we've realized in that project as well is that we have everything we need in our backyard for this project, and also working with authorities and fire rescue, all that stuff. It's no red flags. It's looking really, really promising, and it's also a lot cheaper, the cost we've come to, than what we see in other infrastructure projects now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The next presentation is by ITS Norway, followed by SAMS Norway.
Okay, thank you so much. So my name is Runar Søråsen. I represent ITS Norway, Intelligent Transport Systems Norway, which is a membership organization for use and deployment of intelligent transport systems for more efficient, safer and more environmental friendly mobility. And we cover all modes, both road, sea, rail and air. And our members, I think there are more than 80 members covering both governmental organizations but also small and big private companies. So I just want to say something about our activities related to automated mobility today. I assume most of you know the CCAM partnership. CCAM stands for Cooperative, Connected and Automated Mobility. ITS Norway is a member of this organization or partnership. The goal of this partnership is to create a European leadership in safe and sustainable road transport through automation. Currently, the partnership have 186 members and 5 more in the pipeline. I counted 6 Norwegian members last time I looked at the membership list. And the members are divided between research organization, industry, public authorities and so on, that you can see in the upper right illustration. And the activities in the clusters are divided, the activities in the partnership is divided into 7 clusters, seen to the lower right. And some examples of the activities of the partnership is input to Horizon Europe research call topics, developing and maintaining a strategic research and innovation agenda, and also contributing to standardization. That can be everything to standards related to digital traffic rules and also interfaces with the infrastructure. Yeah, and also we are part of several relevant CCAM projects, which generates new knowledge based on real-life experience. Orchestra, which I'm the project manager for, is part of that project. Is about integrating connected and automated vehicles and vessels with the new traffic management ecosystem, multimodal traffic management ecosystem. And we also have an award that is focusing on all-weather autonomous mobility, looking much into extending the operational design domain of the automated vehicles. In this project, the focus is on logistics. And we also have a couple of more very interesting projects in the pipeline. We expect signing of a contract within the next month or so, of a very large project. In addition, ITS Norway is project manager for what we call ITS Horizon, which is a national Horizon Europe network that is funded by the Research Council of Norway and Innovation Norway. The project was initiated fall 2021, and the goal is to increase the participation from Norwegian stakeholders in Horizon Europe. The focus of the network is on Horizon Europe Cluster 5, Destination 6, which is about safe, seamless, smart, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable mobility systems for people and goods. And has 4 different subsets: connected, cooperative, and automated mobility, but that is for sure also closely coupled to multimodal transport, infrastructure and logistics, and also safety and resilience. And there are also several cross-cutting topics in this. So this was a very short presentation of our activities related to automated mobility. So if you want to discuss further projects, please reach out to us. Thank you.
Any questions for ITS Norway? Or any questions in the chat?
Thanks for that presentation. How can I have a question? How can the industry sorry about the hiccup there. How can the industry change the legislation on a European level? As I understand from your presentation, you had some direct dialogue with the EU, among others.
A lot of the changes in legislations and also standards is come out of promising results from research and innovation projects. You demonstrate and show what is needed and what kind of new mobility solutions and that can be leveraged by these changes. So we have to demonstrate in some kind of sandbox beforehand and then push that forward from there on.
Thank you.
So, seems we're ready for the next presentation. We are a presentation ahead of schedule in terms of minutes. So the question is, after we've had SAMS Norway, whether or not we should have NEVs before lunch or not. Would NEVs be all right with that?
I don't know if you're most tired before or after.
We'll likely be tired at the afternoon, so anything we can do to sort of shorten the event, I think, is good. So I think we'll have NEVs before lunch then. Anyway, first up is SAMS Norway.
Put these ones there. Yes, hello everyone. And thanks to Ruter for this opportunity. It's a really nice invitation and a bit out of the ordinary, I would say, by Scandinavian measures to say we want to make business, come and make business with us. We like that. My name is Eva Erestad. I work as an EU advisor for SAMS Norway. SAMS is a cluster organization, a non-profit one, and we are funded by public partners and our members. I am based in Helsingborg, in Sweden, but the main office is of course here in Norway in Kongsberg. And here you see the distribution of members. We are around 50 member companies, and with that said, it is a national cluster organization, but we tend to have the most around the Viken area. We represent the full value chain of autonomous mobility with expertise in design, simulation, test and demo, operation and maintenance. As you can see, we also cover, same as ITS, land, road, sea and air. And together our members create the ecosystem that is needed to make autonomous solutions a part of everyday life and contribute to the sustainable and smart city concept that we are all striving towards. Not just in terms of new type of vehicles, but also through new concepts of downscaling, new business models, and making use of underutilized options such as the waterways and shared mobility solutions. The integrated systems is a necessity, of course. It can only happen through an integrated and holistic approach, where energy and communication and infrastructure is taken into the picture, and obviously with a focus on the people and the environment at heart. We pride ourselves in collaborating with members that are visionary and dare to be bold and first movers. This is a visionary image of Fjord City of Lier and Drammen, one of the largest ongoing urban development projects in Norway, where one of our companies are active, Link Architecture in this case. And in order to make the progress that we are doing together with our partners and our members, we need to co-create with public entities and other private customers apart from our members, of course. And we need urban and regional development partners because it ties so closely in with the work and our projects. Otherwise we don't get the system perspective, and we can't establish the different mobility solutions that we need for the different types of needs that are out there. Usually the way we cooperate is through projects and innovation development. And Savas is one of our flagship projects at the moment, a zero-emission automated water shuttle, where we are establishing the framework for the widespread use of autonomous water shuttles. As I'm sure you're aware, the waterways are very underutilized. About 90% of the world's cities is situated next to rivers or seas or estuaries. And yet when you look at city images, there's always lots of congestion going alongside the river and quite empty on top or on the water. We have members of that's an open membership, so I just wanted to mention that for everyone. But we are here to sort of offer a partnership, not in crime, because that would not be suitable, but in innovation with Ruter and other, both national and international partners for project collaboration and mutual exchange. If you have any questions, please contact me afterwards or ask them now. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience? Or from the chat?
Thank you. Yeah, thanks. You're presenting multiple industry players in SAMS. Do they articulate any special area of interest or international partner needs that currently not a part of SAMS cluster?
That are currently not a part of the cluster. No, I would say the major focus at the moment is a lot of last mile delivery, focusing on that area. And of course the water shuttles and waterways development. That is like a certain focus that we see at the moment. But maybe that did not answer your question, sorry. No? did it.
You more or less mentioned it. Your most focused in your cluster was on parcel and packaging transport and waterways. But do you see any other requests from your partners of needs in terms of the industry?
No. Well, there's so much going on, isn't it? So it's hard to be specific. But one concern is that we actually had a conversation in the break, is the combination between what ITS represent and what SAMS Norway represent, that there needs to be a connectivity, a maturity in the connectivity that we don't really have today. So that is something that we're asking for. We're asking for regulation improvements as well to be the sort of deal breaker to really get this development moving. But as everyone knows, it's a bit of a waiting game, the chicken and the egg situation. And I think what Ruter is doing here is really supporting the wishes of our member community, that you want to put something out there, and then we'll take step by step the sort of obstacles situation. So this is very much along what the customers or the partners and members are asking for. Yes, thank you.
So we decided to have NEVs then before we have lunch. You've been at the back and got a mic. Good to go?
Yep.
Great.
All right. Good. Last couple before lunch then. I hope we can give you some energy. My name is Adam Laurel. I'm working as a solution manager, so I'm responsible for business and service development at NEVs, and I have my colleague.
Yep. Hello, my name is Niklas Andersson. I'm working as project manager for Complete Vehicle.
Yep. And we're gonna go through a little bit what we are doing and changing picture on this one.
That's the green button.
Yeah, everybody else has understood that before me, but okay. I'm using the green button. All right, we skipped corporate presentation, go directly into what we are doing at NEVs and our solution portfolio. And we call this program PONS. And it is divided into 4 different blocks. The first one is Sango, meaning blood cell in Esperanto, which is our vehicle, a central part of transporting people around the city. The second one is Coro, meaning heart, is the backbone, the platform, the mobility that orchestrating the service and the fleet management. Then we have Ocolo, meaning eyes, is the different touch points and interfaces to the customer, from the user app to the screens in the vehicle, etc. And then we have Spinon, meaning backbone. That's the connectivity to the city, to the digital and physical infrastructure of the city. We think that we need to have an holistic approach on what we are developing, but we are not developing everything ourselves. But we need to know how to integrate this, to know how it should work for the end customer. So just like in the vehicle development, we have different modules and suppliers for different parts. We also see that for the rest of the solution. So we are glad to cooperate and partner up with other who is best on the different parts.
Yep, and about the Sango product, the vehicle, we have developed one release candidate 1. That's our first attempt on a mobility solution. We are exhibiting this product this week at EVS 35. And if you take the next slide, one of the things that we have focused on is really to enable different types of transportation with people. So we have 3 different modes in this vehicle. It's a privacy mode, where we can have a shared ride, where different people not knowing each other can join in on the same ride. Then we have more of a social and family mode, where we're shifting the seats in different configurations to enable to have a shared vehicle where you are using the full vehicle.
All right, and about the digital platform, it has two purposes. The one is to orchestrate the service, to see how all the things fit together, from ordering a ride to handling the seat adjustments in the seat. The other part, of course, is the fleet management part. How can we maximize utilization so we don't have vehicles standing on the workshops or in the cleaning stations when we are needing them for a mission. Then we have the customer interfaces, as I mentioned. We understand that we will not own the whole value chain for the customers in many cases, and we will be glad to provide an API for Ruter, for example, so they can integrate our service in their overall traveling app. And I think that is something that we need to see in the business case and also in the modular setup that we are developing. We are trying to have a very user-centric approach, understand the user, as we call them, the end customer for this solution, from all different parts of the society, and we are taking that with us when designing the service, doing a lot of user studies, user tests, understanding the difficulties when it comes to the customer journey. That also get very extra interesting when you take the human interaction out of the picture. When we don't have a driver who can help, how will the customer want to solve the situation? So here we are. I would say this is continuously journey, but we are somewhere in the middle of that journey and have detected a lot of interesting stuff and problems that we also have some solutions for. So giving you a little more hint about where we are in our roadmap, as everyone else here. Niklas?
Yes, thank you. So with the RC1 that we have now developed and we have tested out on test tracks, we are now collaborating with Oxbotica to implement their digital driver into our vehicle. It's in an initial try, we'll have that on test tracks, trying out the technology. But it's a really good interaction, as you mentioned. Super important to have the complete chain understood, understanding where to interface and how to interface with all the different parties working together. So take the next one. So we built the RC1 in 2020 and had a first release of that showcase. Really good experience. One of the focuses for us right now is to really develop a safe vehicle platform, so we can always ensure that when you take out the driver, the vehicle is totally reliable. And that has a lot with functional safety, software development, super important, but also the collaboration with the digital driver to have the right means to prove that this is a safe product. So we are in the midst of developing this right now and will continue to do so until the end of next year. But once that is concluded, we will have a product to offer on the market that is ready to scale up in tens, hundreds of vehicles and eventually grow into thousands of vehicles. We do believe that during this course we will learn a lot from the customer interaction. That will also affect the design and approach of the vehicle. So we hope by 2026 to be able to have an upgrade of this product, being able to meet the huge demand of different customers when we go in full scale. So what we think that we need to do, we will have a safe platform for the vehicle side end of next year. But we still have the legislation aspect, we have insurance aspects, the different ODDs, what can the AD driver do, what are the limitations. So we will build different configurations, one where we have a driver, safety driver, pretty much like a normal having the means of operating the vehicle with steering wheel, etc. It will be a drive-by-wire system. And as soon as we see the ability to take this person out of the vehicle, we can reconfigure the same vehicle, switching the seat configuration into a fully autonomous product, and then start to grow that into bigger and bigger areas as we go along. But I think it's really good to have that kind of approach where we take on new challenges step by step, always being able to prove that we are safe.
Yep. All right, last picture, and our vision is to shape the mobility for a sustainable future, and it fits very well to Ruter, and I know it. That it's a little bit sales pitch, but okay, give me that. We hope to see this on the street here and some other cities in Europe as well, and yeah, thanks for the presentation.
Thank you. Questions from the audience?
Yes. No, a question. I saw the pilot you're going to have in Stockholm. I happen to recognize Södermalm as the western part of Södermalm as the first part.
Yeah.
Just who are you doing yourself together with your partners? Or is this any way connected with the PTA or in Stockholm City or any way like that? Just the context around the trial.
Yeah, no, the picture was in Stockholm correctly, and unfortunately I didn't have time to change them to the Oslo picture, but we are actually looking for 3 different pilot city in 2024 with up to 20 vehicles per city for a starter, and we need to collaborate in different consortia for each pilot, together with the PTAs, together with the city, together with the software company for AD, but also with operators. So we understand that, as I mentioned, for how we were developing the mobility platform, we need to have an open APIs to integrate with Vy or Nobina or Transdev or Holo or whoever who operates it. So we are building a concept that we need to work with different partners on different places.
Okay, you're still looking for the first pilot project, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Stockholm was just an example.
Yeah, Stockholm was just an example, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else? From the chat, maybe?
All right, thanks for that presentation. I have one question here from the alias curious about NEVs. That's a good sign, isn't it? How do you see the business model for NEVs? Who will take on the financial risk when providing a fleet of AVs? How are you financed?
The business case, the long-term business case is fairly simple. We take away the driver, that's 60% of the cost. They're all electrified, and then we load them with much customers in the same ride and during 24/7. And who's going to pay for that? It's another question. It could be publicly financed if the society decides to do so, but it can also be a combination where the public side is financing peak hours for public transport, where IKEA is financing rides for their customers, or when private customers is paying for their own journey. I think that's something that we don't control, but we are very comfortable that if we can solve the technical solution and preventing a good service, there will be companies and people that will pay for it.
Thank you. Another question is, you have mentioned something a little bit about the scaling, but can you say something about the numbers initially? You were talking about 20 vehicles. Would you elaborate on the scaling part?
Initially, we would build around 200 vehicles during 2024, depending on the demands, but we have a product that is really simple to scale up in volume, so we would easily be able to reach thousands of vehicles with the initial RC2 design that we would have. And we didn't really mention that, but the whole architecture that we're building is quite flexible, and we are enabling, I mean, the vehicle, the safety critical aspects of the vehicle is tried to be kept as one, and then we can build different top hats on top of that, adjusting it in a very low cost way for different type of customers. We've seen a lot about goods, transportation, etc. So the foundation is to have a safe platform, and then we can build different products on that. But easy to scale up, traditional high volume production methods.
Thank you for that answer. And finally, we have from Boris Silberman. Are you testing the AD software on open roads? If not, when?
Yeah, Oxbotica are, and they are software providers. And we have done some trial with open source as well. And the next step is to try it, the Oxbotica AD system on the RC1, Sango RC1 that we showed.
Yeah. Last autumn we got approval in Sweden to drive in Trollhättan with our own vehicles autonomously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, that's right. So indeed, time for lunch, a few minutes early, but I don't think anyone will mind. Just a reminder, please feel free to use those meeting rooms that we've got available, and we will reconvene at 1:45, which is in almost an hour. So have a good lunch, everyone. micken på. Där. It's a shame to turn off that nice music. It's very soothing. So, welcome back everyone. Hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. I saw some of you went outside as well to enjoy the increasingly clean Oslo air. Increasingly clean with the electrification of the public transport, of course. First up now after lunch is Clever Shuttle, to be followed by Volkswagen. So, without further ado.
Hello everybody. In the next minutes, I will present you how we could contribute to an autonomous public transport future of Oslo and the area around. My name is Bruno Ginnot. I am co-founder and CEO of Clever Shuttle, and we are experts in on-demand shuttle operations, and we are going autonomous. So briefly to this is the city of my hometown, Berlin. We have a lot of traffic, a lot of cars. We have a lot of problems induced by this. We have a lot of problems induced by motorized private transport. So noise, pollution, traffic jams, you all know it. And we truly believe that on-demand shuttle services will solve these kind of urban traffic problems. And this is the reason why we founded Clever Shuttle 8.5 years ago. We are Germany's leading on-demand operator. What have we done in the past? We started with on-demand ride pooling services in German cities at scale, up to 9 cities. In total, we transported more than 5 million passengers, and we had at our peak 1,400 employed drivers and more than 500 electric vehicles in our fleet. Despite the adoption by the customer, we had problems by fierce competition, by high regulation in the German market, and also the upcoming corona crisis in 2020. So we changed our business model in June 2020 and switched to a so-called B2G business, so business to government. So we stopped our own services, and now we empower and enable public transport companies to deploy on-demand shuttle services. In recent months, we have won 16 tenders in Germany. Our fleet grew again to 170 e-vehicles, and they're all integrated in public transportation systems. They are in urban areas, but also in suburban and rural areas. And no matter if you try to get a B2C model profitable, or if you want to win a profitable tender in the B2G market, on-demand shuttle operations is about delivering a high-quality service, and this in a very efficient manner. And this is what we are really good in, because we learned to align people, technology, and process know-how to achieve very high resource efficiency. We have 7 years of experience in operating these kind of on-demand services, and we translated this into processes in which make us able to scale and deliver consistent quality. We have a team of highly skilled people, and many of them have a lot of experience in this field, and we are constantly improving our system in order to drive efficiency and service quality. And we are developing technology, and this since years. These are technology apps, dashboards, web apps, which help us operation-wise drive efficiency and quality. They proven to drive the productivity of drivers, the uptime of vehicles, and they help our operational overhead staff to be very efficient. So we don't need many people to fix problems. So we need only few operational overhead people to do this, colleagues. And what are we doing tomorrow? We are here now to speak about an autonomous future, and we plan to operate the level 4 autonomous B2G project next year in Germany. 25, hopefully then up to 50 level 4 autonomous vehicles, and this integrated into public transport in Germany. And we are already now developing the technology for that from an operational point of view. So from an autonomous shuttle service, we have the field planning and optimization, we have fleet management and the live operations. And if we compare these core topics with the topics we have in our driver-based services, which we have right now on the street, actually at the first sight there aren't many changes to it. But if you come on a more detailed level, you see big differences. Now it's a different slicing of the same thing. So we slice now a typical on-demand shuttle shift into 4 crucial parts, which is the planning. We're developing solutions for planning. This means that we need to be able to forecast the demand as precisely as possible. This means for every single of the 168 hours of the week, we need to forecast the demand in order to translate this from there the correct shift planning. And this does not necessarily mean the shift planning for the vehicles only. This also means the shift planning for the technical supervisors and the field teams, which you need. Second phase, departure control. I'm not aware of the legislation here in Norway, but in Germany, we can say by law, we need in front before just every shift for autonomous vehicles, technical checks and test rides. You need people in place who are able to do this, who are at the right moment there to do to operate these type of tests. Live operations. There we are developing tools which facilitate the communication of the technical supervisors in case of a problem or a malfunction, to take over cabin communication and to assist the passengers in case of a malfunction or an issue. And obviously, optimization. We are collecting a lot of data, we have experience, and we need to deduct the right things from it in order to hand it over to the product team to develop the right solutions to further improve. We are good in operations and fleet management, and we are building together with our partners an ecosystem in order to be able to offer a really good autonomous experience. We work a lot with our friends from IOKI. We have many projects together. IOKI is great in ride management. They have a great software which delivers very good digital experience for the passenger when they book a ride. We work together with Mobileye for the project next year, and we are in talks with Schaeffler in order to find new projects to further scale, and we need the right and the correct vehicle design and people mover for this. So at the end, why us? Why are we a good fit for Oslo? We have a lot of experience in terms of when it comes down to on-demand shuttle services. We are very entrepreneurial in mindset. It means we are still founder managed. We are very fast. We can adapt to things. And I think that in particular, if there's such a big thing like autonomous driving hitting us, we need to be flexible in order to adjust. We have a very solid shareholder structure, meaning that we have the German railway company, Deutsche Bahn, and a Japanese infrastructure company, Mitsui, as strategic investors. So we are stable. It's not that we are dependent on single financing rounds or something which you might see in the startup space. And maybe most importantly, we have a proven track record to scale. And I love this very inspirational introduction from you, but what you try to do here is, I think, very ambitious, and I bet you will need partners who are able to scale, and I'm confident that we are able to do this. Thank you very much.
Any questions for Clever Shuttle? Any questions from the chat?
Questions from the chat. Have you started automation of vehicle depot services as of now?
No, not yet. All driver-based so far.
Okay. What has been so far the most challenging use case for you to solve in terms of customer use case?
Customer use case? I mean,
for example, wheelchair or what have you, kind of people mover.
The challenge in terms of in general or customer use case?
Yes, customer use case. From what I see here, is a customer use case. For example, we share transport
from the vehicle
or other kind of.
Yeah, since day one we operate electric vehicles only. Since 2015, when we had our very first cars on the street and we were driving themselves, we were already driving fully electric. So we never have done something different. And this is, at the beginning, has been a big challenge. However, back in the times, electricity was even greener, was cheaper. So it is also some kind of a cost advantage if you deploy it properly. And now with the actual vehicles we have in the market there, I don't see a big argument why you shouldn't do it because of the reach. So it works fine. And if we optimize our charging cycles in our operations. So every driver knows exactly when to rest, to pause, and then we use the time in order to put a DC charger into the vehicle, and then we don't lose any efficiency.
Thank you. We good? Thank you. So the next presentation is going to be held by Volkswagen Commercial Vehicles, and it's a remote presentation. It will be followed by Mobileye. Volkswagen, you may start your presentation when you're ready.
Perfect, thanks. So hi, this is Michael Butschis from Volkswagen Commercial Vehicles in Germany. Unfortunately, I cannot be there today in person, but I'm still happy to present digitally. So we're here today to showcase why Volkswagen Commercial Vehicle could be a great partner for Ruter and the Oslo region across the whole AV value chain. So let me start by showing you what we already have on the road. So the ID. Bus is pointing the way to the future of mobility. So it is the first autonomous vehicle of the Volkswagen Group. The vehicle and especially the technology has been developed with our technology provider Argo AI. It is built for urban environments, and we have started testing in Germany last year. You might have seen Herbert Diess driving around in this car. So we have done this in Munich, and we will have the first pilot together with Moja, our on-demand ride-pooling service in Hamburg. We are planning to have the first commercial vehicle with customers, so open to everyone who wants to drive it, start in 2025. So you can see how we see the AD value chain at Volkswagen. So we have divided it into 4 layers, as we call them. So first, the digital driver, already mentioned earlier, we have Argo AI as a tech provider for this. So they are developing the self-driving system, which we are then using on the second layer, so on the vehicle, which is our main expertise. So we at Volkswagen Commercial Vehicles, we are currently building the ID. Bus. It's the iconic heritage bus that has been on the road for centuries. And this will be the vehicle that will be driving around autonomous in the urban environments of this world. On the third layer, it's the whole topic of fleet management, fleet operations, financing, insurance. So we as a Volkswagen Group have multiple companies that are able to provide services in this layer, and also with Moja and their service in Hamburg and Hanover, which is already live as a non-AD ride-pooling service, have made a lot of experiences already. Last but not least, we have the layer 4, so the mobility service with everything that is directed towards the customer. There, Moja already has a lot of experience as well with their service in Hamburg and Hanover. As you can see, for the fleet management and mobility service topic, we are also open for multiple angles. So we will have APIs in place to integrate the service in the public transport app of Ruter, for example. On the next slides, I will give you a bit more information on selected layers. So what does autonomous driving with the ID. Bus mean for us? You're probably all aware of the different levels of autonomous driving. And we at Volkswagen with the ID. Bus, we are focusing on level 4. So how high automation the system will be monitoring the driving environment. Of course, at the beginning, we do have safety drivers in the vehicles, but once the system, and from a legal perspective, we are allowed to take the safety driver out, we will take him out and the vehicle will be driving around by itself in a predefined ODD. So our vehicle always operates in an ODD, and yeah, this is the level of automation we are focusing on at Volkswagen with the ID bus. On this slide, you can see how the vehicle will be evolving. So we are looking at it in 3 phases. Currently, we're in the preparation phase where we have first test vehicles on the road. We are mapping out the service areas. We are getting ready to launch our first service in Hamburg. This is happening as of now. Then with the market entry, we will have 2 different versions of the ID bus. We will have one that is solely focusing on the mobility as a service topic. And we will have a second one, which is focusing on the transportation as a service topic. And then later this century, we will also have a special purpose vehicle, which will be manufactured as a fully autonomous vehicle. And we will use this vehicle to grow and scale our AD services across Europe and the United States as well. And lastly, you will hear a lot more later on from Moya, but I mentioned it earlier, we have Moya with us. It's Europe's largest fully electric on-demand ride-pooling service with currently a purpose-built vehicle that has been designed by Volkswagen. It is a 100% subsidiary, and I'm really looking forward to my colleague Eike, who will be presenting you a lot more about Moya later. So this was it from our side. If you want to get in contact, feel free to reach out or ask any questions, and I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much, Volkswagen. Any questions from the audience? Or any questions from the chat?
Yes, questions from the chat. It looks like you have a full value chain to provide an AV-based service. Will you deploy new cities or markets with the same value chains, or are you looking for more global or local partners?
It depends on the market. So we are looking at both. So we're looking at evolving or going live with the value chain we already have, but we're also looking at partnering with local, that would be PTOs or other fleet operators, etc., or other mobility services as well. So we're also open to partnerships.
Thanks. Are you considering to implement goods and logistics services as a complement to passenger transportation?
Yeah, we are not only focusing on mobility, but also on transportation as a service as well. So this is a really interesting field for us.
Thank you very much, Volkswagen. The next presenter will be Mobileye, followed by Telenor Norway. So Mobileye, when you are ready. It's the green button to go to the next.
This is the backup, right?
Excuse me?
This is the backup. Can I have the presentation? The usual one? Well, it's not my presentation, but I will start anyhow.
It's not the right presentation.
This is the backup slide.
Nice.
Maybe we can... anyhow, let me maybe start. It's great to be here. Thank you very much for the organization, for the invitation. It's really great to see so many believers and partners in crime when it comes to shared autonomous mobility. I'm representing Mobileye's Mobility as a Service business unit. I'm leading the business development for Europe. I'm Chris, and anyhow, what we do basically is we are building technology and partnerships for shared autonomous fleets. So of course, on the one side, it's all about, there it is, perfect, thank you very much. Maybe the next slide. On the one side, of course, the technology, but we especially believe in partnerships. So we are building one of the best self-driving systems, but we want to partner with companies who are the world best in their part of the value chain, and best at what they can do in terms of vehicle operations, being city authorities, fleet finance, insurance, you name it. What you can see here on the slide is our Neo vehicles fleet, which is expected to going driverless at the end of the year, pending regulatory approval. We are right now in this process in Germany and in Israel. And this is our driverless MVP, our minimal viable product, since we want to showcase our level 4 technology as soon as possible, and also show that we can use it in several different use cases, and also with a lot of different partners. So what do I mean with partners? Here you see some highlights about collaborations that we have along the automotive value chain, and I mean, you've seen some different structures, and on the left side you see how we structure the value chain, and we see ourselves as a technology company. But again, and I mean, I don't want to talk about them all, but you can see it quite clearly that we work as well in the private sector, but also in the public transportation sector, to bring autonomous fleets to the streets. And you also see Move It here, and in some cases it's our affiliate company. So even in partnerships where we don't have these very digital skills, very customer facing, it's a global mobility app, 1.2 billion users, and it can provide white label apps, fleet management tools, dispatching algorithms, teleoperations. So this is also a technology that we can bring to the more customer facing layers. One of the questions for today was how can Mobileye help in scaling and bringing autonomous mobility to the Nordics? And apart from safety is always number one. Scalability is the core of everything that we do. And two things in this regard. The first thing is, we believe that if you can solve the hardest problems, then you can, the easier problems will come naturally. And that's why we are testing all over the world, trying to find these, most complex situations, mastering them, actually, and that's what we do over the last couple of years. And you can see, on YouTube, check out our unedited drives of our vehicles performing the hardest situations in these areas and regions. And the second one, when it comes to scalability, is mapping. We do have a crowdsourced approach when it comes to creating these AV maps that are necessary for any kind of AV deployment. And our competitors, they have to go to a certain region and they have to map it. And we have agreements with big car manufacturers across the globe, which help us map the area today already. So actually, by a push of a button, we are capable of creating this AV map and deploying to a new area in the Nordics, but basically in all across the world, with a couple of weeks, and to bring the vehicles on the streets. I think that's for that. The other question for today was, what services can Mobileye actually provide? And the answer of Mobileye Drive is basically the name of the product of our driver, the level 4 driver. Basically, it's designed in a way that it can support all kinds of vehicle types and all kinds of use cases. So you can see on the one scale, small pods, robotaxis, AV shuttles, but we also work now with bus providers, bus car manufacturers, and truck manufacturers. And of course, also transportation of goods is a big topic where you have to build certain special purpose vehicles, and our system is designed to support them all. And of course, also on the use case structure, there's ride-hailing, of course, and ride pooling, but also different kinds of autonomous public transportation. So it can be on demand, it can be in a metro mode, we call it, or bus mode. And yeah, like I said, also delivery, logistics use cases are also part of our portfolio. And since I only have 10 minutes, I want to focus on what you can see here, because I think it's the most relevant today. And also a city like Oslo has to take into account delivery a lot in the future, and also private sector mobility. Just think about two-seaters, for example. I would like to focus on this part, and this is the vehicle that we want to bring to the market now, starting 2024, 2025. And of course, there are these mid-sized vehicles, 4 to 6. It's you can call it pod or robotaxi. But on the other side, also shuttles, and we're talking about autonomous public transportation a lot today. So these shuttle providers, they take into account all the requirements that we see. Also, accessibility, ramp for people with disabilities. It's a very, very integral part of our thinking. And but since we're talking about vehicles, I want to make also one thing clear. Also, since we had this very inspiring discussions by Ruter, I think one thing is that's still missing is vehicle demand. We're seeing some kind of a chicken and egg problem today. The market is still small, and if you want to make the Oslo study a reality, you have to go up from the hundreds to the thousands. But there is an innovator's dilemma within companies, that you have to take risks, and it takes a lot of investment to ramp up production facilities, to invest in a new vehicle platform. So this innovator's dilemma, this chicken egg problem, can only be resolved if you also show commitment, if you bring orders, if we can create this market and make it like a more, if it can serve the growth needs of some companies that we just see across the automotive industry. Speaking of the Oslo study, we are all in. The vision perfectly fits to the vision of Mobileye to increase quality of life, how we call it, repurposing parking spaces, positive impact of traffic congestion, accessibility, safety, environmental impacts. It's just a win-win. And so if you want to have an interest in bringing autonomous fleets to the streets, contact us, Ariel, and I think, to be even more concrete, if you're a bus operator, if you're a vehicle operator, if you are insurance in a fleet financing, you can see here we want to partner up. We want to build strong alliances, win-win partnerships, to make this a reality. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Any questions for Mobileye? Or any questions from the chat?
Yes, questions from the chat. Norway this is a little bit of a local question. Norway is a ski-oriented country, and lots of the ski transport are done with the skis on the roof. How do you see this in the future? Will you provide a ski-friendly AD system?
Well, I mean, our driver is basically a driver that you can expect him as a humanly reasonable driver, serving all these requirements. Sorry, I didn't quite get the question.
Will you provide a ski-friendly, meaning ski transport of skis friendly AD system?
I got it. Sorry. First of all, snow. We can drive as a reasonably human driver in these areas. So if it's snowing, you can expect, like any human driver drives in a snowy area. If it's really crazy, you as a human driver shouldn't go there. And that's probably then the situations where we say, okay, it's not safe enough. And I mean, you have seen the different types of vehicles. We are working on different forms for different use cases, some more specialized. So I'm quite sure that in the future you will find the right vehicle that also suits your needs going to ski.
Thank you.
That in particular would be very important in order to penetrate the Norwegian market. Next up, thank you very much, Mobileye. Next up is Telenor Norway, and possibly followed by McKinsey before the break, if McKinsey is here in 15 minutes' time. Anyway, Telenor.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Is it okay? No? Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here. It's quite interesting for a mobile operator to being in this place. It's very new for me. Somehow I will share some findings we have been working with the last couple of years with autonomous solutions. Going down to Herøya for a couple of weeks ago, we was opening actually an industrial mobile site back in the industrial park together with Yara. And I think one of the interesting findings we have been working together with the industry is how can we interact with you as a company? How can we build a mobile network to solve your use case? And I think it's very important for us to sit here, hear what kind of use cases you are trying to achieve here in Oslo and the area in Viken. And if we understand that, we are able to build like the mobile network that will fit your needs. I think that's very important. And together with McKinsey will be on the stage later on, but we used McKinsey to dig into where should we have focus in the 5G and the edge computing area. And we find that the utility and the oil and gas is places where we will dig into. But I see the most interesting use cases now in the days is coming in the industry and in the logistic and transportation. And it could be in also industrial cases where the logistic is a part of the industry. Yara is an example of that, where we don't dig into the production cells, but we're moving goods from when it's ready and out to harbor, out to tracks. So I think if we can also see that the logistic and the transportation, I think that's a very important area to be for us. And one case that we have been working with now like for a couple of years is Yeti Move. And they will do snow moving up in Gardermoen. And what was interesting with this company, it's a Norwegian company building together with a local company in Gjøvik that called Øveråsen, and together with Mercedes, they're building now autonomous snow moving driver up in Gardermoen. And I think this slide shows that if we really understand the use cases, we are actually able to fulfill it with a good technical solution. And if someone is sitting to want to dig into this solution, I think it's very important for us to see how can we secure this solution, how can we secure that this autonomous solution is working well. And here we have like a very good coverage in the airport area, and we are also able to move like the solution into Azure. So they're building the fleet systems in Azure, and together with Kartverk's Cepos solution, they are able to do the navigation part in a proper way. And one of the questions you had was, how can we scale? And one of the reasons why they moved like the Kartverk's Cepos solution is into Azure is actually we are able to scale. We are able to fulfill the needs that Yeti Move have, connecting the Cepos services from Kartverket into Azure, and Yeti Move is then delivering the positioning data out to the vehicle out in the airport. So we have like a good solution. We are able to give good coverage. We are able to connect the solution in a proper way into Azure, and we also are able to fulfill some ecosystem to meet some needs in Gardermoen. But at the end, and that's why I'm here. I'm here for learning, and what I really need to understand is what kind of use cases we want to bring on the network. And this is some examples, but still I need to understand the use cases, and I need to understand where is the use case played out, the coverage. And I also need what kind of needs do your vehicle have to the network, the capacity part. And the last parameter that I need to understand is how critical is the network for the solution. What will happen with the solution when the network is going down? And here I have some coloring around it. So you can see Yara Birkeland is autonomous ships working down in Herøya area. And we also have some Kalmar carriers working on in the industrial park. So you have different coverage, but if the network is going down, both of the use cases going into safe mode. And probably you will have some of the same solution in your situation, that what's happened with if the mobile network is going down, will all of the 30,000 vehicles going in safe mode, or what's happening? So understanding the criticality of the network is important for us to fulfill your needs. And I had some digging into a project that we're doing together with Telenor Research called the learnings from Lambda Road. And one of the areas we're digging into is the positioning part of it. And we have like Kartverket together with the CPOS solution, where we can making the positioning in a very proper way, and trying to understand what can we as a mobile operator help into this area. It's interesting, and it could be like in the Oslo area, but it could also be in the rural area. It's interesting to see, do we need the same coverage in rural area and also in the urban area? So yeah, and the last slide I have is some learnings from the Lambda Road project that we're doing with Telenor Research. And the two first I think I have mentioned is the importance of the coverage and the robustness in the mobile network. And together with Ericsson, we're digging more into the positioning part. Could a telecom operator being a part of that, or should it be a local governance solution, or should it be some global solution? Something I want to learn more about. And the two last parts is actually happening here, learning how to build ecosystem, how to work together, how to understand, how to put together the right call it partnership. That's why I'm here. So thank you for having me, and yeah.
Thank you. Any questions for Telenor? That's good enough.
Question from the chat. You have mentioned reliability and restoration of service is an important part, and it's also a critical part of the future of AVs. Do you see any special need to change your operation of the network in the future due to this?
Good question. Yeah, actually, when we're now building the next mobile network with the 4G and the 5G upgrade with the Ericsson, we're building actually the base station in a new way. So that's one. We're building it for the future. We're building it more robust. We're putting more money into it. And the second one is, how do we interact with you as a customer? And we can see Yeti Move. They need to actually talk with the right people when something is not working, because the the operation in Gardermoen stops when the mobile network is down. So yeah, we need also to work closer to these companies that need our services in our ecosystem. So yeah, we're building it more robust, and we need closer cooperation in the support and operation part. So that's happening as we speak.
Thank you. Another one is telco is often seen as a capital-intensive industry. Do you have any suggestion or tips to the AV industry in front of you?
Okay, I'm a technical guy. I'm not that money guy, but no, probably not.
All right.
Thanks a lot. So we're ahead. Yes, thank you. We are ahead of schedule again, and we've made a slight. We've bumped Holo up to the front of the queue, but I'm seeing the McKinsey presentation here, so you might want to sort that out. I don't know if that desk or that desk is responsible for the presentation, but Holo will be up next. So let's just give them a moment to sort that out.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for jumping the queue. In these kind of events, we're always behind schedule at a time like this, so I prepared a very short presentation. Also, I feel like I know maybe 70 to 80% of the people in this room, and you guys know us, so I've been really trying to cut down on all the fluff and the intros to get straight to the point of the topic of the value chain within autonomous vehicles. For those who don't know me, I'm Christian. I'm the CEO of Holo. Yeah, and we'll get back to exactly what it is that we do. But all the red vehicles you see in Endra's presentations, that's our vehicles. That's the short way of saying it. All right, so let's jump into it. See if I can figure out how to use the green button.
It's the there's two green buttons.
Oh, two green buttons. Yeah, okay, I was halfway right. Okay, yeah, so instead of a long presentation about who we are, this is the short way of summing it up. We have already done quite a number of projects all over Scandinavia with autonomous passenger vehicles since 2018. All the Norwegian flags you see on here are with Ruter, the ones that we've done already. We've also driven in Sweden, in Estonia, in Finland, and in Denmark as well. So that kind of sums it up. We've gained a lot of operational experience. We've driven a lot of kilometers in all these countries. We are the permit holder, the owner of the vehicles, and we do all the implementation details that I will get back to. We've driven with Navia vehicles, we've driven with Sensible 4 vehicles, and as you can see, the keen observer will notice here that the curve of kilometers is flattening. You know, it's not an exponential curve, and we're not just running away with it. We went past 100,000 kilometers, and then we kind of stopped. And that's because we're looking for the next generation before we really want to progress. Of course, everyone wants to take the safety driver out of the vehicle. That's where the fun begins. And until we can be sure that that happens in our next project, we have taken a step back, and we are shutting down the projects that we've had so far and preparing for what comes next. But yeah, it's fun seeing our vehicle driving in the snow in Endra's videos. That makes me very proud, at least. So what are we? I actually, if we're behind on schedule, I probably would have skipped this slide and gone directly to the details. But we are a combination of different things. We are a new role in a maturing industry. So I call us an implementation partner and operator of autonomous vehicles. If we were driving a fleet of manually driven vehicles, it would be different. But since we are trying to make a piece of software drive for us, we become more of this implementation partner. Troubleshooting, figuring out how the software works in real life is a very important role for us. We are also a system integrator, provider of a software platform. We don't want to build the autonomous software itself. We're not that smart. We want to build all the little bits and pieces in between, for example, between Ruter systems and between the self-driving system. And then in the meantime, until we find the perfect business model here and we're able to scale to thousands of vehicles, we also operate a little bit like a consultancy, that all the experience we've built up over the last 4 or 5 years is available to others as a consulting service, as you could say. So what does that look like? Trying to zoom in again and really focus for the topic of the day. This is the value chain that other people have showed earlier today. Mine is a little text heavy. I didn't put as many logos on as I should have. But basically you can find yourself on this slide. And in this room, I'm probably talking more to some of the other companies here on the left side of this slide than I'm talking to the companies on the right side, because the company on the right side is Ruter, a mobility provider, and they handle the end user interactions a lot of the time in our projects. They have the branding, the ticketing, and everything like that. We sit in the middle, and we want to really talk to all the companies on the left side. We are already talking to most of you guys in the room today, but the software and the hardware that is being built at the moment needs to go on the roads. What is happening at the moment in these pilot projects is that the companies developing the software and the hardware take responsibility for getting it on the roads in the first place. And of course, that's very natural in an industry where you still need to keep, you know, in close contact with this product. But we do think that that's not a scalable model. That's not the way to go in time. The competition is increasing. There will be more people working on the software, more people working on the hardware, different platforms available. And we think that we have a skill set that is complementary to the companies doing this kind of stuff. We also think we're a little bit different than the operators of today. We don't have drivers hired to drive manually driven vehicles today. We fundamentally have a different approach in that we're a software implementation company. A lot of the time, we don't mind kind of getting rid of all the drivers. That's kind of the goal, and it won't really affect us in the same way. So we want to take responsibility for this kind of very crucial part of the value chain, and we don't see a lot of other companies operating in this space. So that's not necessarily a good thing, because I also, you know, would like to operate in a mature industry, but at least we find ourselves a little bit alone in here. Okay, so this is the detailed view of that. This is basically Holo on one page. This is everything we do from end to end. So top left corner, we are defining the use cases, the different routes that we want to drive on. Bottom left corner, we are trying to find the right hardware and software platform and putting those things together. This is the details. I'll get into it a little bit. In the middle, we get the permits and the planning part, and on the right side, we do the operations, working very focused on taking the safety drive route. So the rest of what I have to say is a deep dive on some of these different topics, but on a pretty high level. So selecting a route is still a manual process today. We want to talk to our customers and figure out exactly where that's going to happen. So that's the process we've had with Ruter in different areas already today. We have a pretty good idea about what's possible and what can be approved in different places. So this is what we look out for. And we want to build as many of these routes even before we necessarily have the right technological solution for it, so we're ready. Same with what we call the vehicle vendors, the hardware, software platforms. We know what the right thing looks like. We know what's going to work in real life, what breaks and what doesn't. And this is what we look out for. We're trying to be more and more structured around this process, so we can also give very good feedback to whoever is building the hardware and software on where they should focus their efforts. So this is becoming more of a complete framework for evaluating a vendor. Legislation, we talked a little bit earlier today about level 4. We are the permit holder in all our projects. We have not gone level 4 yet, but as it was mentioned as a reply to one of the questions earlier today, it's not really the legislation keeping us from going level 4. It is the performance, it's the documentation, it's in the dialogue with the authorities that we already have. We could go level 4 if we feel like we have the right setup. Even if we were given the permit, we would never do it without feeling completely safe. I mean, I always say to my employees, we are one accident, a serious accident away from not existing as a company. We take safety very seriously, but we do have all the bits and pieces, all the puzzle pieces here to go proper level 4. And this is also where we will challenge a vendor to provide us with all these details, maybe even before we sign a contract, to give us an indication of can we actually get the right approvals. Then it's all about finding the balance. We want to fulfill a real customer need. We want to transport people who actually want to be transported from A to B. We don't just want to drive around for fun. We want to stay within the technical capabilities of the vehicle itself, and we want to do something that can be approved. And finding the right balance between all these different factors is definitely challenging, but we have a very good, very open dialogue about between all the different parties that are involved in one of our projects, and we usually find the right outcome here. Cost is a big thing. Building the right business case. How do you finance a project like this? We know where the cost drivers are, so some of them, and we know what drives it. The technology, of course, the complexity of the route, how long are we going to be driving with safety drivers? All of these things drive the cost, so we can now give a pretty predictable estimation of how much a project will cost, even, again, before people sign the contract. This has also been an issue in previous projects, getting to this point. Training is super important. Our guys are in the vehicles providing a safety feature. In the future, they won't be, but we want to keep control of this process as well, and keep making sure we catch everything safely in this process. Supervision, I love that we use the same term for it. Other people have used the same term of supervision. Operational monitoring in different ways. A little bit like Clever Shuttle was showing, there's a lot of details to this. How do you handle an incident with autonomous vehicles? We've built all these processes already. We would love to work with more partners to bring vehicles on the roads and take this complexity away from new pilot projects. And also delivering the feature requests back to whoever is building the software and the vehicles, because we are the first ones to see it in real life. At the end of the day, we sit in the middle of a network. We bridge the gap in project management between all these different parties, manage the communication and the facilitation between all these different people, and we like to think we do that quite well and actually get things delivered on time. We also build a bit of a platform. This is one of those places I put the right logos on, I think. We don't want to build all the details ourselves, but if we had to zoom in on this map very briefly with time running out, I would say our biggest priority are the operational dashboards. We get data from the vehicles, and we compare that to the permits that we've been given, the operational reality that we see, and we are able to put some extra context behind that data and provide a kind of a different overview that teaches everyone around us about what's actually going on in real life. But we don't want to overstep our boundaries. We don't want to build dispatch management or whatever you want to call it. We don't want to build remote control. We don't want to build a customer experience. We have very good partners working on all of those components. At the end of the day, we're a company that implements autonomous software generally. We also fly drones in the air. Not that that's super relevant today, but we also want to do freight projects. We want to do people transportation. We want to do logistics. And if we work with you, you can be sure that we take all the experience from all these different areas and bring them together. So we think autonomous vehicles in the future are going to look like aviation from a safety point of view. All the processes and everything we're building, it's going to be fundamentally different than transportation as it is today. And we are taking all that experience that we gained from that side and bringing it back to the autonomous vehicles on the road. And I'm sorry if I don't have your vehicle up here. Some people have been photographed and others haven't, but we are a hands-on company and we'll love to come and visit everyone who has something to show off. Thank you very much.
And thank you. Any questions for Hulu? Do you have a reliable? Oh yes, there's one there.
Henning Stellor, can you say something about the maturity of the vehicle companies in the API side of your solution?
We have experience with two vehicles on the ground, two vehicle vendors on the ground. We have Navia and Sensible 4. We could definitely feel that we were some of the first to also work on that part, right? That once we start asking questions, once we start setting requirements, there is some development work that needs to be done. But this is exactly, I come from a background in software, and building autonomous software is one thing, building a reliable API is another. And the requirements that we set there go far beyond the core of the autonomous software. So that's a good example of something. If you stretch yourself too thin, if you try to be the best in all these different areas, you will come up short. And that's where we can help. We know exactly what we need from the API. We know what can wait. And we've given some very structured feedback. For example, Sensible 4, we had a very good collaboration. Sensible 4, during our projects with them, added things to the API that was very useful for us in our reporting.
Others? Or from Lars Gunnar, perhaps?
From the chat, from your perspective, is there any part of the value chain missing, or parts of the ecosystem that you think needs to get into the game in order to reach 4 or 5 level of autonomy?
I mean, I think you can see it quite clearly that we've been operating on open roads since 2018. We haven't achieved level 4 yet. We were starting in 16. In the original strategies, it says 1920 to go full level 4. So of course we're waiting for the right hardware and the right software to arrive. Luckily now we can see that that they are arriving. But I would love to have had this event in 2020, right? That would have been much better for me. So Ruter is ready as our customer. We're ready as the implementer. As soon as the vehicles and the software becomes ready, we will definitely go and implement it. So that has been our obstacle so far, primarily, I would say. Customer acceptance is also there. Even the networks, we can still operate on 4G in the projects we've done so far. We'd love to move to 5G, but the critical path forward is the software and the hardware going level 4.
Thanks.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
I gather that McKinsey are also ready to come up here and hold their presentation ahead of time. So without further ado, the floor is yours, McKinsey.
Thanks to everybody for having us. Thanks to the Ruter team for doing this great organization and this great event. I'm Kersten. I'm a partner with McKinsey in Germany, leading our Center for Future Mobility, which is our think tank on the mobility disruption. I'm going to share many things that I've seen before today here. That's because I didn't know what you guys would all present, but it's also because it feels a bit like preaching to the choir here, because obviously many of the things that we feel strongly about are shared very deeply by this community. If I do this type of speech in an audience that's maybe a bit more, let's say, automotive heavy, I'm not getting so much conviction from the other side, because obviously they might be feeling that we are eating, or that this type of thing is actually eating to their business, but that's a whole different story. Our Center for Future Mobility is our think tank, as I was saying. We have around 200 people globally that work on nothing but future of mobility, or very little else but future of mobility. When we say future of mobility, to us it means lots of things. It's anything from electrification over shared AVs. It's also micromobility, it's mobility super apps. It's also the technology stack that goes into autonomous driving from a hardware angle, from a software angle, so a fairly broad topic with fairly deep expertise that we've built up over the last couple of years. Specifically on our topic here, on shared AVs, what is sort of our industry consensus? What is something that we feel fairly strongly about as McKinsey, and then also what are the challenges? And again, preaching to the choir here, so I would assume that for you, most of these things are sort of globally accepted industry consensus, whereas if there's a different, or if there were a different audience, many more things would be more towards the right-hand side. And I'll call out a couple of things here. So we also strongly agree that private vehicles are a pain point, and we cannot afford that cities are growing, or that the number of private vehicles in cities is growing with the number of inhabitants in the city. So the pattern we've seen, that more wealth means more economic growth and means more cars per household, that is not a pattern that can continue. Otherwise, we will see complete gridlock in cities and even more congestion. A couple of other things, obviously the governments are open towards it. We do see that investors are also looking at this quite aggressively, and that there is a recent spike again in autonomous driving specifically, but also in other future of mobility technologies. And then ultimately, we also do believe very strongly that consumers say that they like it and that they will accept it and adopt it very quickly once the technology actually is in the market. Because yes, while the automotive industry has been claiming for a while that the car is the perfect way of getting from A to B, and car ownership is a very important thing and a status symbol, actually we do see a trend towards convenience-heavy solution, obviously sharing solutions, but then also green solutions, and people tend to care much more about the environment in their mobility choices than they did a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And in our mind, COVID has actually been an accelerator of this, because we do see that greener forms and shapes of transport, especially micromobility, but also sharing, are some of the few winners of COVID when it comes to mobility. Investments, I think I mentioned this, so some data here. We are every year taking a look at how investments across different themes and different clusters and different types of companies are evolving. And we do see that autonomy is actually not only one of the biggest investment themes over time, but is also sort of seeing a recent spike. So there was a hype a couple of years ago, it flattened out a bit, and now it's growing again. And anything that goes into autonomous is actually on the hype cycle again, which in my mind is a positive thing. Some more data on break even between different modes of mobility and different shapes and forms. So we do see that obviously shared AV, the thing that we've been talking about all day, is quite inexpensive compared to the private vehicle. It is also much beneficial compared to a robo-taxi or a robo-shuttle, taxi that is pooled, or a robo-taxi that is actually used privately. And then obviously all of the other different types of transport that we already see today and that we might be considering shared mobility. We do believe that a robo-shuttle or shared AV should still be positioned above public transport, because obviously we can't afford that public transport is entirely cannibalized for multiple reasons. But it will still be a very good solution also from a cost perspective for the individual when comparing it to private car ownership. And that is yet without massive restrictions for private cars. So we're not including here that private cars will actually be disincentivized very strongly by cities, that costs are going to increase because of fuel, but also because of higher parking prices or city tolls and so on. We've done some more research on when will this actually come. And this is not the McKinsey opinion, but this is an expert survey we did globally, I think with 70 people from different geographies, asking them when different use cases for autonomous driving will actually be ready from a technology angle and will be scaling up. What you can see is a couple of things. Obviously, private autonomy here seems to be perceived a bit earlier than shared autonomy or shared AVs. The other piece is that you do see quite a broad spread between different types of companies. So we are startups or scale-ups and incumbents. And we did ask people from different geographies. So in general, you do see that North America and China are a bit more aggressive with their projections than the folks from Europe are. We also did ask other questions. This pattern sort of on Europe being a bit more conservative is definitely there. But I think it's up to all of us in this room here to actually change that. As is this. So if we put all of this data into our model, so basically the technology readiness, the consumer willingness, but also what we have seen in terms of announcement, we actually do see that the market is going to scale up a bit more quickly in the US and in China than it is in Europe, which again is something that I do believe some of us together, all of us together here in this room, obviously combined with a couple of other people we might need for this, can change and should change, because we do feel that Europe actually has a tremendous potential, especially when it comes to robo shuttles or shared AV rather than robo taxis. And then last but not least, what do we do with our clients? So what are the questions we typically get? What do we typically answer? So as said, we work with different players across the ecosystem. We work on profit pools. We work on control points. What part of the value chain do I want to play in? Do I have to play in? Where can I actually make money? Where can I create value? We look at the question of how can I integrate this into today's mobility system, be that for a mobility super app, be that for a public transit operator. How can you as a city, as a public transit operator actually support the growth of this? So how can you scale this up very quickly? How as a city do I actually need to integrate all of this? Which ecosystem do I need to build up around me? And then from an investor angle, which obviously also some of our clients, what is the best technology to invest into? What is the best type of business model to actually go for? And then last but not least, how will this actually shape out, and how quickly is there going to be money to be made, or how quickly is there going to be societal benefit to be had? Thank you so much, and looking forward to some questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions for McKinsey from the audience first? Over there.
I'll ask since it's free. Not usually the case with McKinsey. No, I'm sorry. No, I would like to hear your view on market expansion scenarios in cities. Everyone here knows about the electric scooters and the over deployment of different brands. How do you see that? And is there a difference between Europe, US, and in Asia, do you think?
Specifically, or for
No,
applied to this?
Higher investment into our area of autonomous vehicles, but will it be similar, or what is your view on the scenery for market expansion?
So I believe we'll see different models. US very much robo-taxi, individual robo-mobility, individual shared, but still individual robo-mobility centric. Europe much more shared AV centric, also much more centric when it comes to the role that cities are playing, to the role that public transit authorities are going to play. And then we're also going to see, as a conclusion of that, differences in vehicle sizes. So the average vehicle in the US will be smaller than in Europe, than potentially in China. But then China as a continent will also see different types of vehicles from the, 10, 12-seater maybe even a bit larger, down to still the individual vehicle that will be for the folks that today have a driver and will not be able maybe to take that driver anymore for regulatory reasons. And then for penetration, I think Europe actually is the one continent maybe aside from some Chinese cities and some cities in the Middle East, that has the largest chance of replacing private car ownership and private car usage massively. When I say massively, I really like the 90% plus ambition that Ruter has and that Oslo has. And I think that's something that's feasible in Europe, but for that you need the politics, you need the city, you need the regulation to actually make that happen. You're really banking on that free question thing.
Yeah, to deep dive a little more into this, and to clarify what I was after a bit, will there be room for many players in the city as you see it, or will there be a greater importance of winning the pilots and then staying and growing with the market? Because again, high investment for everyone entering into this business. Will there be room for many or few?
So if I were a city, what I would do is I would have 2 or 3 players in my city eventually. I would still make them be bookable in my app so that for the customer it doesn't make sense. And then I would have somebody who does the orchestration across the services to make sure that for me as a customer, it doesn't matter which service the vehicle that I'm getting is actually coming from, and that they're not running sort of separately. So not in a world like we have it today where you would have, say, German example, Bolt, Uber, and Free Now in one city, and you're sort of hedging between the different apps and maybe even ordering 3 vehicles and then picking the one that is actually coming at the earliest time, or I don't know, the one that is cheapest at the moment, but it has to be integrated. But as a city, I would still try to hedge and maybe have more than one operator. Anytime.
Any other questions from the audience? Or from the chat?
All right, from the chat, you are pinpointing AD systems and vehicles as the most prominent bottleneck as of now. When these bottlenecks are opened, what do you see as the next bottleneck in the industry?
I think it's a topic we've been discussing today. It's vehicle scaling. So I mean, eventually, think of the 40,000 vehicles in Oslo. That's one city. Let's say in Europe we have 50 cities that are going to want this quite badly, quite quickly. That's 2 million vehicles in vehicle park being replaced every, say, 3 years, 700,000 vehicles a year. That's a pretty sizable amount of vehicles. That's like, in my old automotive days, I think we used to say 700 vehicles is like 3 plants or so, if the math is still correct. So it's quite massive. And it's not only massive to sort of get there, but it's then also massive to maintain. And I guarantee you, it's not going to stay with 50 cities. And the number per city is not going to be 40,000 vehicles. Maybe for Oslo, but then, as I think somebody else said it before, Oslo isn't necessarily the largest city in Europe. So I think the total number of vehicles is definitely going to be higher than that.
Another one is, how do you see the competitive landscape evolving? Car manufacturers each developing their own solution, alliances, question mark, or tech solutions for all, question mark?
So I think the car manufacturers, as much as it pains me to say, as somebody coming from Germany where the car industry still has a massive economic contribution, I don't think the car manufacturers, maybe apart from a GM Cruise who are also heavily invested into one of the tech companies, are going to have a major play in this. Some of them might eventually realize that they need to be the ones producing the vehicles, manufacturing the vehicles, and I mean manufacturing and producing, not necessarily designing and developing. That will be done by somebody else who actually properly understands customer centricity. So therefore, I think it's not going to be a massive play. I think it's going to be dominated by the tech companies to an extent, which is an important part, and then the vehicle players and all of the different operators who we've heard today, because ultimately I think that's where the gist is in getting this out there, truly understanding how this fits into the entire city system. And I don't necessarily think that a car company is best at understanding how urban mobility works and how you can integrate this into a public transit system, into an urban mobility system.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
Okay. We've arrived at another break, and we are due to start again at 14:20, so that's in 24 minutes. I'll see you again then. Yes, nice. So welcome back everyone to what will be the last stretch of presentations. I think we've got 5 to go, could that be correct? We'll be starting with applied autonomy in a moment, who will be conducting a remote presentation. But before that, a few words from my colleague Christian.
Hello everybody. So we created a small feedback loop using a system called Menti. So if you just scan the QR code, you will come into 2 questions actually we're basically asking for. That you give some words on how you perceive this conference until now, and if you have a small iPhone, you maybe have to scroll down to see the next question. And we're actually curious now, when do you believe that we will actually have a European city with more than 1,000 AVs on the road? And the results, Endre will be challenged to comment on his closing. So also those of you who are attending remotely, you'll probably see this QR code as well. Just scan it in or go to menti.com and, well, you see the code over there. And during the presentations, you can just put in some words. Thank you. Benjamin, back to you.
Yes, so as I was saying, should we give them a moment, or are we good to go? Let's give them a moment. Look, they look busy. Right. I think we'll proceed with the next presentation, which is by applied autonomy. You may start your presentation when you are ready.
Presentation mode, or is it already in presentation mode at your side?
You perfectly.
Thank you very much. There is a little bit feedback here, but I think it's working well now. Yes, thank you. So thank you for having me. This very good setup that we have at Ruter and this dialogue conference. We are looking much forward to work together with partners and you. So what we are going to tell about here is what have applied autonomy done so far. We have been founded in 2017, and we have our own main headquarters in Kongsberg, Norway, the tech capital in Norway, the city of technology. We have developed a platform that makes it possible to have a digital ecosystem working together with different types of sources of data that can be made available for autonomous vehicles, both for regulation and also for sharing of data. We have a unique value proposition for this solution that makes it possible to scale, and we have so we can support different types of vehicles. You have seen sure vehicles from us with the shuttles so far, but now we have also autonomous big bus on it, and we have several vehicles that we come back to. And we are very keen to support all weather conditions and to help partners with vehicles to learn how to work in this environment. So we share knowledge, we share experience, and we share data. We have been a first mover in autonomous domain and have knowledge and technology expertise that we provide to partners. We are 11 employees from defense, telecom, and autonomous products industry, and have a strong technical and commercial experience that we share with partners and customers. And our strong ecosystem is also very much supporting our projects, and we have SAMS Norway is there and ITS Norway is there. They are very good ecosystems that we work together with. So we have built a strong position in a very immature market, and we are expecting together with partners from the OEMs and other in the ecosystem to grow this for sustainability. So we focus very much on the sustainability. You will see that we have so far been working mostly with buses, And we will also work more on the logistics and also portions of transport with on-demand transport. So we have attractive business models where we can support all from holistic solution to more as platform as a service. So we are working in the area of automated mobility, automated logistics, and also road condition and automated regulations. And these things works together. In the future, an automated mobility solution will be also shared for logistics to sustainability. So our customers, they are traffic regulators, they are logistics providers, they are mobility companies, and they then can provide APIs to our systems, so they can earlier adopt and earlier work with real implementations. That is what we are doing. So we have so far a strong position, as we said, as a first mover advantage. We have a unique proven technology that we are providing with partners. We have an interesting and subscription model that we also can work in Norway, but also in other places in the world. We have a strong team, and we have a strong experience working in partnership with partners. So this is what we like to have on the table, both for Ruter, but also for other providers that like to work with Ruter. So what have we done so far? We have validated our solutions and concept of working and knowledge by several customers and partners in the mobility area. We have been working with 10 different vehicles. We have been working with 11 different use cases in all weather conditions, all from Svalbard to Kristiansand in the south of Norway, and also other places we have been operating 4,000 kilometers. That is not that far, but not much, but it's much with these type of vehicles that we use. We've been working in 7 different countries, and have also now a vehicle operating in the United States, all based on platform. We have was the first autonomous bus in the world driving in open traffic without a safety driver on board in Kongsberg. We have a regulation in Norway that makes it possible to drive without safety driver based on use cases, safety cases, and in partnership with the vehicle manufacturer and the safety cases that we discuss and define together, both with the OEM and with the location that we are going to operate. The bus that was used in fully autonomous mode without a safety driver was integrated fully with the public transport and booking them, and also then sharing data with the end users and their operation central. This is a project that we've been with the national and local public transport providers in Kongsberg. We have also had a project with autonomous bus with on-demand service in Trondheim. This was the first on-demand public transport service in Europe with autonomous transport. It was not a fixed route ordered by passengers with a third-party app. Applied Autonomy dispatched the bus in real time according to the incoming orders, and Applied Autonomy programmed the bus route and arranged the permits and infrastructure for the bus. And even can support the on safety responsibility and security responsibility and GDPR if that is needed. We also had the first autonomous large bus in operation. This is integrated in public transport. It's operated by Columbus as a PTA and as Vy as an operator. It's the first autonomous bus service in Europe and USA. And Applied Autonomy have this bus then implemented on the platform Xflow that is used for monitoring, managing, and optimizing the service and also where the data is shared with the municipality and the road owners, so they can see how they can improve the infrastructure to have a seamless and well working service for the passengers. Adastek is the vendor of the autonomous bus, of the technology to the autonomous bus, and Kazan is the provider of the bus. And they have chosen Applied Autonomy then as a global partner that we also open for with other partners for our platform. So this is the way we work in our ecosystems. And then I would say thank you, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Applied Autonomy? That's good enough.
From the chat, you have worked with both small and large AVs. What have you seen as the biggest issue with automating the large bus?
Automated the large bus needs more room. So the most important there is that it's parking again, city regulation and follow up the city regulations. The implementation in Stavanger, it's, I would say, one of the most challenging place to operate such a vehicle, because it's right with the cruise vessel traffic. So you have all these cruise passengers coming in that like to have a taxi, and the taxis they like to park as close as possible to the vessel where the vessel is. So parking is an important issue there. We have micromobility there. That is not a problem. We have bicycles lanes just by the side, not a problem. But wrong parking car, and to follow up the regulation is most challenging, because this bus is bigger, need more space.
Thank you.
Right. So on to the next presentation then, which is to be held by Aoki, followed by another remote presentation by Maya.
Hello everyone, my name is Laura. I'm from Aoki, a Deutsche Bahn company, and I would like to introduce you to our product. So before jumping into the content, so 5 years back when I was talking to people, I told them that I have never owned a car before. And people were like super skeptical, and like one of the very first questions was like, don't you have a driver license? I'm like, yes, I do, since I'm 18. And then that was done, right? It was super weird conversation. And by now, just this morning, I had another conversation similar. I was talking to a guy next to me on the aircraft. He's from TÜV, and he said, yeah, you might know TÜV from like your car. I'm like, I don't own a car. I've never owned a car before. And he said, well, first of all, he was speechless. He was like, okay, respect. That was like his first comment on this. And the next one was really, is it like due to ecological reasons? I'm like, yes. And there where then the conversation started, right? And what I notice when I have these conversations is really that more and more people really change the mindset. And we have heard it already, and also from McKinsey, from Kirsten, we just heard it. The mindset is changing, but what is really missing is an alternative. So people don't want to own a car. That's not the purpose. The purpose is to get from A to B. Of course, I know some people do enjoy like driving and so on, but that's like the minority, the reason why you're using a car. So this is in the end also like where then the vision of Aoki comes into place, where we have said we need to find a more flexible and a more customer-centric way to offer mobility to the people, so that they can really change from a car to, for example, public transport. And that's where we want to like really have an impact on social, but also of course ecological sustainability aspects. Let me now jump into the content, what we do. So we are an SaaS, we are software as a service. And what do we provide? Already today, what we do is that we really look into leveraging autonomous. So from the beginning, we thought we have to develop a product that really covers the autonomous vehicles as well. So that's where we started from. But of course, at that time, we see it already is still today, that we don't have so many vehicles that we can use for it. So we started with driver-based. So we said, okay, let's develop this on-demand platform first also for driver-based. That's where we started from. And we have many projects all over Europe in more than 10 countries. And we do it in urban, but also in the cities. And then at the same time, we also, as I mentioned already, we started doing it also for autonomous. So we developed in parallel the platform for autonomous driving as well, so that in the end, we really come and reach to a fully autonomous public transport system when it comes to on-demand. So what we offer to our customers is in the end that we say, okay, we know that you have a fleet already today with drivers, and we can offer you already the platform today for the on-demand platform. And then slowly, once you are ready to have also autonomous vehicles, we can also integrate them into our platform. At the moment, we still have it with safety operator. I heard already the word supervisor as well. We call them safety operator. And then once we don't need them anymore, or because the vehicle is already so good and so far to take the safety operator away, or even because of regulations, for example, in Germany, as of this year, we don't need a safety operator anymore on board, then we can take it off and then go to the next step to be teleoperations. So, but what do we do exactly, or what do we offer exactly to the customer? So what we have is the passenger app, which means in the end, the app for the end customer, which is the passenger, who goes on the app and books his ride. He says, I'm here, I want to go, for example, to the airport. Please get me there. And then we would then send or a driver-based shuttle or a driverless shuttle. And of course, we do also have the API, which is already ready to be integrated in any app, like the Ruter app, for example, or even to a MaaS platform. And then what is like the smart part around it is, of course, our backend. I'm getting here to it. So it's super important that everything is like super customer centric. So the customer does not have to feel like, is it now a driver based or an autonomous shuttle? So what happens in the end, he or she simply goes on the app, chooses wherever he or she has to go. It doesn't matter if it's on the Ruter app or on our white label app. And then the system behind simply matches whatever is the need, where they want to go, and creates the routing, and then sends it or to the driver or to the vehicle itself, and then the vehicle knows where to go and pick up the person, and on the way maybe picks up another person, and so on, because in the end, of course, we are talking here about shared AVs. So our experience so far in autonomous, and there are a lot of other projects in the pipeline. We started already 2018. As I mentioned, we started from the beginning to think about autonomous, because this is our vision, that we want to have everything autonomous. So we started with it already in Germany, together with EasyMile in Bad Birnbach. And just 2 weeks ago, for example, the last project that went live was in Geneva, part of the Avenue project of Horizon. And therefore, we do have a lot of experience already in autonomous from the beginning, so that really our platform is ready for autonomous and is already in use for on-demand. So coming to the second last slide, and I'm super proud, honestly, because I have seen so many presentations already where we show each other's logo as well, and we talk about our partners. And I think this is something very special in this future mobility kind of network, that we really try to create along the value chain a great network and partnership, because in the end, if I look at Ruter, for example, it's pretty tough if you would be like the net, yeah, and would try like to like kind of how to say, orchestrate all the different players exactly, and that's where we are coming in, and we really have a strong partnership and really make sure that everything is really aligned with each other, and we start integrating, so that in the end Ruter just says, hey, I want it and please make it possible. So as I mentioned already, Ayoki brings the control center, we bring the passenger app or the API, we take care of check-in and check-out, and then we have great cooperations with Clever Shuttle, already in Germany quite a lot. We are connected with Holo. And then in regards to indoor monitoring, I haven't seen so much today about indoor monitoring. It might be also because I missed a few this morning. I got up at 4 o'clock in the morning, but I didn't make it until 10 here. So we also look into indoor monitoring. So we are in connection with SEAT, but also quite well interconnected already with Bosch to look into indoor monitoring and to ensure also that part. And then when it comes to autonomous vehicle, we have seen already today Schaeffler, EasyMile, a super important partner, Sensible, we are also connected already. So we are there in very close contact to really ensure that in the end, everything is really properly integrated in the vehicle, in the value chain. Coming to my last slide. So we do already have the capabilities today. We do already have today on-demand autonomous solution on the ground. Last thing that I just want to mention, which I didn't mention yet, is that we have another product which we usually do before we go online, or let's say live. It's a mobility analytics where we really look into where does it make sense to start with autonomous on-demand service, that we don't really simply start somewhere, but really look into that before. We had, for example, an example in the Netherlands. I was just talking about it with Kirsten, that, for example, in the Netherlands, they started an on-demand service, and they were surprised why it doesn't work. They were super convinced that on-demand must work. And then in the end, we did the mobility analytics afterwards because they asked us, where's the problem? And in the end, we found out through the analytics that it was in competition with bike. Yeah. So in the end, the people didn't use on demand, but they went with the bicycle. So that's where we are coming in with mobility analytics to really support and put figures behind. Yeah. That's it from my side. So we are ready to go.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Aoki? Or from over there, perhaps?
Yes, from the chat. No presenters today have talked about retrofitting solution on existing vehicles. What is Aoki's take on retrofitting autonomous capabilities on buses and cars already in place?
I'm sorry, I didn't get it 100%.
Okay. What is Aoki's take on retrofitting autonomous capabilities on buses and cars already in place?
So what is our take? What kind of product or how we support it?
Or how do you see if it's possible to retrofit existing vehicles or buses as of today?
Are you saying profit?
Retrofit. Like rebuilt existing vehicles with autonomous driving kits?
I mean, we do have it already today. So we do have various projects already with on-demand service on autonomous vehicles. We have it, the very first one was in Karlsruhe, where we started with it and worked very well. And then we had now another one in Bad Birnbach, where we started always in 2018, and now we added really the on-demand, because the first one was, of course, just back and forward, yeah, just to get a little bit of experience in that. And so we do see it works, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah. If that was the question, I'm sorry.
Nothing else then? Thank you very much.
You're
welcome. Next presentation is to be held by Moya, remotely, followed by Man, Truck and Bus. Moya, you can start when you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready. So thanks for having me today. It's a pity that I can't be there today. I would have gotten up at 4 a.m. in the morning, but yeah, unfortunately, travel schedules were a bit tough. So now I'm remote, and I'm going to talk a bit about how Moya can contribute to the mobility transformation with its current and service and vision on on-demand ride pooling, of what we think is one of the cornerstones, how we transform mobility, and yeah, from what I've been seeing of the plans in Oslo, it's kind of a nice fit. So this is how we envision the future. Partially, you can see a couple of modes of transportation in that picture. None of them is a private car. I guess we've talked about this a lot today already. I'm not going to go into the bits and pieces of it, but what we strive for is to reduce cars in urban areas and to give give the cities back to people and create more space for people. And how we want to do that is with on-demand ride pooling being one part of the many, many bits and pieces which are required to make this happen. Where do we come from? What's our heritage? We've been growing since 2017. We are a spin-off from Volkswagen, as you probably know, and we have always been focused on providing shared ride pooling services. Always autonomous driving was always our vision. It seemed to be very close in 2017. If you look closer, you will find press releases from Moya saying we'll have a L4 service in 2021 during the first AD hype. Somehow that didn't happen, but I think from what we've seen today and what you see in the industry, everybody and also we are pretty clear that this time it will happen for good. And yeah, we have a very sharp focus on shared mobility services. We own the whole value chain. So together with our mother company, Volkswagen, we work together designing the vehicle. Volkswagen produces the vehicle and we own the whole value chain in operating the vehicle, providing interfaces to public transport operators and also directly executing ride with customers with our Moya app under the Moya brand. We are live in Hamburg and Hanover and have a largest service in Hamburg since 2019. And we consider ourselves as a tech company, more than 1,000 employees, majority of them drivers, but also a fair chunk of software developers and open specialists in Hamburg and Berlin. There we go. Yeah, so what is the whole value chain for us? It's essentially a lot of software. It's intelligence on pooling, intelligence on customer experience, and trip experience in the manual world, but also in the AD world. So currently we are building products to also execute driverless rides with our Moya app. I will talk a bit about more in one of the next pages. But we also really focus on operational processes and automating them. So because we know once we want to scale this, an Excel sheet is just not going to scale an operation. So we also try to automate as much as possible behind the scenes. Today, we also provide products for manual operations with the driver. For example, we also in-house develop an app for shift management for drivers. We won't need that in the future with AD, but we will still have remote supervision, and we'll also need to cover a lot of challenges there. So we are testing things in the real world, trying to figure out edge cases together with our customers, but also we also have our AD as the clear target in mind. Not only in the software, but also in the actual operations. So we have a couple of hubs in Hamburg and one in Hanover. We think about intelligent charging with such a large fleet. Even though we have fairly large batteries in our special purpose vehicles, we still think intelligently about charging infrastructure and how to charge, how to manage the fleet and all these kinds of things. So why are we doing this? Why do we think this actually makes sense? And why are we only in one city? So we think the future will be with larger fleets in cities, and we want to figure out how it works at least once. So we have a large fleet in Hamburg. So that's our plan. Talking about vehicles, we obviously, I guess, fairly well positioned with Volkswagen as a backer. We have a special purpose vehicle operating in Hamburg. I don't know if any of you have ever experienced it. I think it's a very nice vehicle with lots of upsides, which you can see here on the page. It also has a couple of downsides. You are not able to walk in or drive in with a wheelchair. We are now buying extra vehicles to do so. But what I'm trying to say is that out of these experience of once designing together with Volkswagen a whole new special purpose vehicle for ride pooling, I think we are fairly well set up to do that again, but without a steering wheel. What is really important for us is that we collaborate with the public transport ecosystem, however we find it in it. So we have very good relations with the Hamburg Hochbahn, the second biggest public transport operator in Germany, and we talk with them how to revolutionize traffic in the city. We collaborate with them on funding projects. We have an API towards their app where you can book Moya rides. So it's a deep integration where you can actually book rides in a public transport app and you don't get directed to the Moya app. And we are also together with Volkswagen putting now autonomous vehicles on the street, but we are only doing so to do this jointly with public transport, because we think it's really key to close the gap between the car and the current, I would say, classic public transport system, which will make these on-demand services successful and it will bring people out of private vehicles. So that's key. And yeah, I've been talking a lot about our vision. So the numbers from the past, I mean, I don't know if you're interested. So we have 500 vehicles, roughly 5 million passengers transported in Hamburg and Hanover, the main chunk of that in Hamburg, and fairly good, one could even say, stellar customer feedback. And if people ask me, okay, what's our strategy? So in 2030, we want to have scaled ride-pooling services in several European cities. I hope Oslo is one of them. To support the traffic transformation. So what are we today bringing to the table to do that? So we have our first project already underway with autonomous ride pooling, realizing autonomous ride pooling in Hamburg. We aim to driverless or autonomous rides until 2025, still with the safety driver, with the ID Bus AD. We are already having a couple of ID Bus AD in Hamburg, mapping some streets and mapping this area, and really starting to get that going. And obviously after that, once the vehicle is in serious production, we want to further roll it out in Hamburg and also to other cities. So happy to discuss. My last page is I think in line with also what we've seen today. Is before you actually start to roll out, you need to think, right? So we spend a lot of time and resources in trying to understand what impact we will have on the mobility ecosystem, because in the end, one of our main goals is to have a sustainable impact on the city's mobility ecosystems, and we like to know how this is going to look before we actually roll out. I guess we have started with our first service in Hamburg in a kind of let's just do it manner, and we have worked together with the universities from the start to actually just figure out what is actually happening in mode choice, efficient our fleet, and how this can be extrapolated to I would say a more visionary world where we have not hundreds but thousands or 10,000s of vehicles on the street. So we are also happy to engage in discussions on analytics and on figuring out what the impact actually will be. I think that's already everything from my side. As I said, very sad to not to be in Oslo today, and looking forward to individual discussions and further presentations. Thank you.
And thank you, Moya. Any questions from the audience?
Hello, my name is Charlotte, and I have a question for you. The Volkswagen ID Bus, is that a bridge solution, or are you exclusively working with Volkswagen, and will they then provide the larger shuttles that are also in need in the European market? Can you comment a little bit about that?
Yeah, I think I can comment on that. I'm not sure if my colleague from Volkswagen Commercial Vehicles is still there, but I don't think so. So the ID Bus is obviously a bridge solution. Yes, I think you could say it like that. I think it's an awesome vehicle, but it has some compromises, to be very frank, especially regarding wheelchair accessibility. And obviously, this is not the final answer from Volkswagen on how to conquer this market. I think it can be. I think so. There are other concepts currently in development to also then have something to offer after that gap.
So I would just further my question. We've been speaking a lot during the conference about collaboration and co-creation between different companies in the value chain. So is Moya seeking other vehicle partners than Volkswagen, or not? Are you exclusive with Volkswagen going forward?
So I think we are always engaging in discussions, and we are talking to like everybody in the industry, and like just happy to set up a call or shoot me an email, and then we can do that. And I think this also is not is not limited to non-vehicle product or non-vehicle producers. So we are trying to explore every possibility to bring these vehicles to the street as fast as possible. So I think so the answer to your question is we are exploring. If we're then doing is not only our decision, obviously, but also the ones from one from Volkswagen. But I think we, as I think presenter before me said, this is something which you can win by just one company, but you need to collaborate. And it's my strong personal opinion that you also, as a company like Moya, then need to at least talk to other vehicle partners and figure out how it can work.
Thank you. Lars Gunnar, any questions to add?
From the chat, do you think or are you AD tech agnostic?
Moya. So right now we are not building vehicles in SDS stacks or self-driving system stacks, obviously. So we are focusing on fleet operations, the customer, we call it the management of the passenger interaction, and obviously then the customer interface or the interface into an app of the public transport operator. So you could say we are in a way agnostic to the driver and the vehicle, but we are obviously also, for us, it's also a strategic question of then who we partner with. But our tech is, I would say, fairly agnostic.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Today's second to last presentation will be held by Man, Truck and Bus, followed by Sensible 4.
Thank you. So hello everybody, thanks for having the opportunity to speak here. My name is Michael, I'm from MAN. Right now, manufacturer of large buses, like you see them here. So the question is, we were talking whole day about on-demand mobility in shuttle sizes and small car sizes. So what are we doing here? I see nodding, so I'm not the only one asking the question. No, I was prepared for that, honestly. So the answer is, for us, it's not black and white. It's not regular bus and shuttle. It's not on-demand and fixed route public transport. We will see lots of grayscales in between from after our opinion. And what I brought here is kind of our view of that's an European average city. I see that and understand that Oslo has the ambition to have that gray scale on the right far less present than we see it here in European average. Nevertheless, we are convinced that if we want to push back private car usage and individual car usage in our cities and solve the mobility challenges over there, we have to offer other alternatives, and these cannot be just pure on-demand small-sized shuttles. We need a combination, and we need many scales of gray in between. That could be buses or shuttles serving virtual bus stops and so on. So therefore, you saw our regular 12-meter bus that's meant to be driven by a human driver, that was created out of the tradition and kind of the experience of creating buses for or operated by drivers with the cost structures over there. So that's the current bus, and we are convinced that there will be large or many scales of gray in between the sizes. We will have larger vehicles and we have smaller vehicles. And up till when you call it a shuttle or from when you call it a bus, who knows? And I guess that in the future will be probably individual or whatever. So therefore, that's why we are here for. For us, it's not black and white. It's large or many shades of gray. And there we definitely see us in there with our experience right now manufacturing, of course, larger buses. And what's the driver for us? I think Kirsten also explained that in his presentation. Getting rid of the drivers, of course, changes the TCO equation. And even for large buses, we expect in European average, and I understood that in Norway, drivers' wages are even a little bit higher, so it might be even above. In a scaled and industrialized phase, we also expect for larger buses a TCO reduction of around about 50%. And that's a game changer. And on top, we learned this morning, of course, we are struggling, or all operators are struggling to find human drivers at all driving the buses. So it's not just a question of TCO, it's also a question of having the bus on the road or in the depot because you don't have anybody to drive. And on top, we were talking a lot about shuttles, but also for those shuttles, cities, operators need to have some money. I understood and learned this morning that maybe due to current energy prices, that's not so much the issue in Norway. But nevertheless, we are all working in economic companies, or kind of we all have to be strict with the money we spend. And so that picture from here clearly says also for larger vehicles, there's a role in this game, because if you see on that picture, and if you consider that, having this reduction and all the rest over there, you can spend, for example, to provide some shuttles, some last mile, first and last mile solutions, or some door-to-door connections, wherever it's appropriate. So what is our role in here? Of course, like said in the beginning, we're right now a manufacturer of large buses. And for buses, we expect to have many, many shades of gray. On top, we are right now building up strong partnerships with SDS or ADS creators. And the route to the passenger to the left, of course, we as a bus manufacturer cannot solve the issue our own. So we are here to look also for partnerships to also dive into the segment or start the automation of larger buses and larger vehicles, wherever they will start, above shuttles of maybe 10 passengers. And what we bring on top, and that's for us also really, really important, is public transport and shared transport only works if it's safe and if it's reliable. I think about safe driving, we already learned a lot today. But public transport really has to be reliable. And there we come in with our experience of building public transport vehicles since many, many decades. Because what helps having an autonomous vehicle driving there and kind of picking up the passengers in below 3 minutes, like I learned the ambition for Oslo would be, when after the next stop the door crashes or kind of the door has a failure and the vehicle stops. And especially doors in public transport, they're opening 100 or even 1,000 times a day. That's really a challenge, and that's gonna be working properly, working reliably, because otherwise your public transport wouldn't get acceptance, passengers wouldn't be satisfied, and you will have them back on private cars or some other modes. So that's our role where we can contribute. And there, of course, we have the vehicle, but what I just wanted to mention, we touched it right now in the presentation of Laura from Aoki. It's not just the driving. Public transport with right now a driver means much more than just driving. Driver is a social entity sitting in there. For example, he's screening or kind of doing the interior surveillance. And also if a driver is there, it's even if it might not be a reason for safety, it's also just a perceived feeling of safety. For example, if you're alone at night in the bus or kind of only a few people at night. And on top, the whole cloud over there. And there for us, it's also about partnerships, about collaborating and kind of bringing or kind of making the knots in the single strings to really have the net in the end. It's also about all those back-end and cloud solutions in order to make the whole process and the whole mobility chain seamless and running and reliably running and interconnected and robust. And what does it mean for us? Like we discussed today, it might be closer than you think, because also for larger buses, the basic challenge is to have a self-driving system and automate the other process around I just touched. Who a driver, for example, right now does. So our roadmap, our approach is not so much different to what we saw and discussed whole day. On short term, we are right now launching technology pilots. We had a bus having an automated bus stop approach function, which is also quite public transport unique. You want to make sure that the bus approaches the curb as close as possible so that passengers have accessibility, or can also wheelchairs can get in without having, or not wheelchairs, but walkers, without having big steps, big gaps, and so on. So that's quite challenging. And on top, we are launching a pilot use case in the city of Berlin to also get the people and the public more familiar to that technology and be aware that it's also gonna happen not just to small shuttles but also to buses. And then of course we are also ready to scale, and therefore we are right here now. We're searching for partners, launching launching initiatives in real operation with real buses, with real passengers, maybe in the beginning still with safety drivers, but we want to also roll out larger vessels in autonomous driving mode on the roads to also bring, or to not only bring the on-demand sector, but also the complete mobility sector and maybe the back end or backbone for on-demand services in autonomous mode and bring that on the road. And by that, really make it possible that we have a transition of urban mobility and remove cars and individual mobility out of our cities, to have more space for living, more space for other things to do, like we also saw this morning, and also to have a better service level to a lower price tag. And just one example, like we do in Berlin, you see here we have lots of partners, because that's kind of, I think, also the motivation of this conference, and we all agreed today it's about partnering. Nobody can solve it on our own. So we are partnering up with many companies, with a local operator and so on, and we will bring an autonomous bus still with safety driver on the road in Berlin end of this year, beginning of next year. And it will drive in the city center from the Brandenburg Gate up through a actually quite present and publicly prominent road through Berlin, in order to really bring people closer to autonomous buses, also in these larger sizes. Because in the end, from our point of view, it's just a bus or a shuttle. If it drives automatically, if it drives automated, it doesn't matter so much if it's now 8 meters, 9 meters, or 10 meters. Gonna be more tricky if it's articulated or whatever, but that's then the next homework we have to do. In the beginning, whether call it bus or shuttle, I think we are all following the same time frame roundabout, and we are also following the same goal. So therefore, let's start a dialogue. We are open to also dive a little bit more into larger vehicles, and looking forward to your questions and further discussions. Thank you.
Are there any questions for MAN, truck and bus? None from the audience. Perhaps from Lars Gunnar.
From the chat, we have a couple of questions. Have you chosen an SDS/AD kit partner?
Not finally. More, I unfortunately can't tell you right now.
Thanks. You have in your presentation you stated replacement of driver function. Will you please elaborate around this?
So replacement of, I would call it, non-driving tasks of the driver. Like I said, driver right now in many cities is a social entity. So if he's sitting behind a steering wheel, he's not just steering, he's answering questions. In some cities, he or she even still sells tickets. Another thing is, like we also learned this morning, doing department checks, doing cleanliness checks, doing lost and found services in the bus, or at least collecting lost stuff in there. Also kind of, if some school kids, for example, are kind of struggling or fighting in the back, there's a bus driver trying to calm them at least. Whatever, so there are many tasks a driver does right now, which are not solved just by the self-driving system. And these are the tasks where, in order to have reliable public transport, we also have to find solutions. Otherwise, you have to have a steward or kind of video surveillance and some stuff sitting behind. And I'm not sure how the effect on that school kid group is, if there's just somebody shouting out of the through the microphone and loudspeakers. I guess that makes a difference, at least in the beginning, instead of somebody sitting in front and telling them, or kind of maybe even braking and telling them, we won't continue our ride until you guys calm down. So there's really many aspects a driver does right now, which is besides the technology of just having the driving functions replaced. So it's about the non-driving driver tasks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So time for today's last presentation, which is by Sensible 4. After that, we will have time for any last questions and comments before we start wrapping things up. First, Sensible 4.
So hello everybody, my name is Jussi Suomela, one of the founders of Sensible 4, and first of all, of course, thanks to the previous presenters who kept well in time, so it seems that I have a kind of a full hour for my presentation. Please relax. Here in the cover slide you see our old Gotcha bus. It was basically autonomous shuttle which was fully made by Sensible 4, and it was in many ways remarkable for us, but I could raise couple of issues. First of all, I think it's still the best designed autonomous shuttle, at least based on the amount of different design awards what it get. And then on the other hand, it also, when we build it up and maintained it several years, it helped us to make the decision that it's good to be a software company. Sensible 4 is 5 years old startup from Finland. We have, I think, at the moment 90 people. We are developing level 4 autonomous driving software for different kind of last mile type applications. So basically our kind of existing and target customers are mainly automotive OEMs and also tier 1s. We develop software. It's more or less, let's say, vehicle agnostic, so any type of wheeled vehicle can be, or our software can be integrated there with selected sensors. And ourselves, we are basically focusing to 3 market segments. So the first one is also, I think, interested here in Ruter is the last mile shuttles, so the shared autonomous transportation of humans. Then of course last mile delivery, logistics. And then as a third we have also the industrial material transportation, which is kind of a third leg for us, and it's important in a way that it also allows the start of operation in the fully closed areas, and then perhaps later coming out to the public roads also. Our mission is to enable the autonomous driving anywhere, and for us important part of the anywhere is winter conditions. So here in Norway as well as back home in Finland, the winter snow is not kind of a exceptional happening. It can last half a year. And so it's part of in a way everyday life, and also it's seems that during winter time people who are on the summertime walking or cycling the short distances, on the winter time they would like to have some transportation. So it's crucial to have the winter operation. And those who were on the morning session, Endre showed us a nice video from the, I think, 1.5 years ago when we were having a pilot in ski, and there you got from the video a good view what does it mean the winter conditions. So it's snowfall or slush fall, and lanes and road covered by the snow. Timing. This is a draft roadmap of software development. I think the important issues at the moment, we are still basically driving with the in so-called low speed mode, which means that maximum speed is around 30 kilometers per hour, and there is still a safety driver on board. of course, as a software developer, we can control the software development, but to make an autonomous vehicle which is safe enough, we do need all the bits and pieces, which means also the hardware in order to get the redundancy of the vehicle on the level that it can be safe, which is needed in order for the fully driverless operation. And basically what we have been considering is that to get all the sensors, drive-by-wire systems, and processing hardware and the software on a proper redundancy level, that would be earliest in 2024. Little bit about the vehicle platforms. So software company must also test the software, and you can do it both in the simulations, but in simulators, but in the some phase you have to also test on road with the vehicles. And for that we have retrofitted Toyota Pro ACs with a selected sensor system, and those are used for own everyday testing near our office, and then also for the commercial pilots, which are in a way very important for us. It's a good way to collect information from the different ODDs, but also from the, let's say, hands-on business in different operational areas, because the funny thing is, anyway, we are doing a great technology and great software, but in the final end, the end customer noticed that if he or she can travel nicely from A to B and have a good customer experience, and the system does have a very low or very good uptime. So mainly, the technology provider will be noticed only if something is not working. So it's good to know what the customers are expecting. Basically, these Pro ACE vehicles are available for pilots still, and I think at the moment the delivery time of a vehicle, if you like to have one, is roughly 8 months. Little bit depending on the delivery time of the platform vehicle. And then of course in the future, customers like Move will then bring their vehicles, shuttles, with the Sensible 4 system inside. So then Sensible 4 will be also available as software inside other products. Thanks.
And thank you. Any questions for Sensible 4? The ever reliable Lars Gunnar, anything?
From the chat, it's always good to have a lot of people with us. Based on your presentation, you have developed your own vehicle and retrofitted multiple OEM models. Is it possible to standardize the SDS kit/vehicle integration?
Please, could you repeat?
Yes. Is it possible to standardize the SDS kit and the AD kit towards vehicle in general, the integration?
I think in some limit it's possible to standardize, but I would guess that what we have learned until now when we have been doing the retrofitting, so it's always kind of a needs a little bit fitting from both sides, so from the vehicle manufacturer point of view and then also from the AD kit provider point of view. So of course you can make basically a standard, but it seems to be at this moment still it's a little bit too early.
Thank you.
Okay then, thank you very much. Yes, thank you very much to Sensible 4 and to everyone else who has contributed to this marathon of excellent presentations today. We've been ahead of schedule almost since the beginning, so a big pat on the back, I think, to everyone who's managed to keep their presentations short and to the point, which is what we wanted. We've got some time now. If there are any sort of last questions or comments, now's a good time to get those up. And if not, I will give the closing remarks to Andre Angelvik. But first, questions, comments, anyone? Yes, over there.
Yeah, I have a question to Ruter. How can you ensure that the future on-demand services are replacing private-owned vehicles and not replacing walking and cycling?
Sounded like that. Do I have sound? Can you hear me? Yeah. Sounded like that was for me. It's going to have to work with political management if you're going to drive it in that direction. Creating a service is going to be necessary for the politicians to be able to put in place restrictive measures. Because currently today, you can put in place the restricted measures, but you have no alternative for people. If I told you guys, hand me your car keys and give you nothing in return, or provided you with nothing else than what's out there today, life wouldn't work for people. The logistic doesn't come together. So if you're going to do a complete Oslo scenario, there are going to be political regulation needed, but you need to have the service out there provided in a way that's credible before those things are going to happen and move it along. So I think the service development is going to start it, and the politicians are going to have to close it to make it a full, complete case. Did that answer your question?
No. It's a reasoning behind why you have to have the service in place, but it does not answer the question, how do you keep up the walking and cycling, and you create such an attractive service. So
my apologies. Sorry, I drifted into the other half of it. Sorry. Will this cannibalize walking and biking? It might, but this will also depend on how do you manage the totality of mobility and space usage in the city. Because there might be areas where this service will also be not operating, because there will be either walking areas, biking services, other things like that. And again, that's where, from a Ruter perspective, we come back to the sustainable freedom of movement. The option we provide you might not be an autonomous vehicle. It might be an incentive to walk, or a biking service, or something else. Maybe with that option at the end, or as a last resort for those groups that cannot use the other options. But it comes back to the compromise needs to be on how you move, not necessarily when or where. But that goes two steps further than just the autonomous part of it.
Hi. Two questions, a little bit related with each other. One is that we saw there are different pipelines from different companies here. Considering that and considering your plans, are you going to have different use cases answered by different suppliers and an ongoing rolling out of projects, or are you going to wait for a certain milestone to be achieved by any of these players to start with your next step of rolling out the services?
Good question. Good question. We would like to move forwards with what we can as soon as we can. And of course, it's going to be conditioned on both technology development, there are going to be decision makers involved, money and other pieces and everything like that. But we're not going to sit around and wait for the one solution. That's going to be too slow. We're going to, any person we can put into an autonomous vehicle along the journey and teach them something about how this actually works, that's going to be developing this market. Sort of brings me to a question I'd like to pose to the audience that occurred to me as we were sitting here.
Because I tend to ask the question, how many people, as I said in the start, how many people has actually been into an autonomous vehicle? I can't ask that question to this audience because I'd expect I get all the hands up. But how many of you guys have been riding in a vehicle without a safety driver in it? Because that would be our gauge of where are we and what have we actually done. Okay, I see 4 hands. 4 hands. That's where we're at, and we're sort of the front line of this stuff, we think. So that still shows something about the maturity we need to do. And it goes back to your question, are we going to wait around for things? No. Do we want to push it as fast as we can? We have to. Climate change isn't waiting for us. And if you look back to the IPCC numbers, the numbers are going that way, and they should be going that way.
Just a question out of curiosity. I guess you've been inviting broadly to this conference, and we see Nordic and German representation. Is this how we should look upon the European market for AVs, or is it a certain love between Oslo City and the Nordic and German countries? Why don't we see any of the French, US, Asian?
Loved to had Cruise, Waymo, WeRide, Didi, any one of those players here with us today. The way this works for us as a public procurer, because we are a public organization and a public procurer, we post the invitation publicly and send it out to whatever contacts or spread the word the best we can. So that's our way of doing it. We're not in the position where we can choose the ones that choose to come or invite specifically just these 3. That would be treating the market and the players unequal. We have to treat the entire market equally, create the same opportunities for everybody. So that's the way that process rolls. But again, I would have loved to see more, but you guys were the ones that were interested in us, and we're really, really happy about that. And if I think back to this is not the first time we've done this. We've done this at least once before, which was pre-pandemic as well. So we're like 3, maybe 4 years back. 4 years back, actually. It was quite a different selection. So things are moving forwards, but it's not an intentional thing. And of course, there's a lot more than just German companies here, as you guys are a good example.
Yes, question from the app, and just one comment. There's digital attendees that are overseas as well, in both directions. One of them is how do we ensure standardization of among the different industry actors and in the value chains? Is this becoming a part of the IT XPT, or is it something that Ruter and Entur is going to make sure happen?
I don't think this entire value chain is going to be standardized by not Ruter, not IT for PT, and not Entur. This is a much longer value chain, has a lot more to it. There are so many players. If you go into vehicle manufacturing and just look at how that works, that is a huge industry in itself. And it has its own standardizations, its own things that are going on there. This is going to be a multi-layered thing. Some things are already there. Some things are going to have to be created. Our approach to this is going to be much more in the line of we want the service. If standardization helps in that way, and yes, we have been pushing standardization initiatives before, if that helps our agenda, we'll do that as well.
Thank you. Another question is to the audience, really. Are they anyone using teleoperation as of today, or when do they think they will introduce it? So question to the audience. Anyone would like to comment on when they are introducing teleoperation? Holo?
I'll say we will introduce teleoperations as soon as the vendors make it available to us. There are some vendors experimenting with it. There's been projects and pilots with it. We definitely have the guys in our supervision this is one of the questions they ask me on a regular basis. When is it coming? When can we start building it around it? We are at the moment flying drones with remote supervisors and able to take control in case of emergencies and so on. So we have the people there, we have the processes, we have the systems for it. We just need the vendors to make it available to us, basically. But we think it's an obstacle that's not that hard to overcome.
Any others in the audience that would like to comment? Yeah, thanks.
I can add a little bit from the Oxbotica point of view. So we make a bit of a differentiation between real-time teleoperation, so that's one-to-one direct control, and remote assist. So the Oxbotica approach is that the vehicles should always independently be safe, so they're not reliant on somebody taking real-time control via a steering wheel. And so that means that we're more likely to see a system whereby a remote operator is approving a suggestion that the vehicle's making. And that then means that we're not using teleoperation as a crutch to get to deployment faster, but more we're just using remote operation, remote assist to increase the operational design domains in which we can take into account. So I wouldn't see it as an intermediate step, something that's going to help us get there sooner, but it will help us to enable greater variation in the environments.
If I could add, if I have sound. Yep. If I could add on one comment to that, I absolutely agree with that perspective, and it also is reflected in what we have seen elsewhere. The vehicle needs to operate autonomously and be safe in itself. And mostly, and you guys probably know this better than I do, but at least our impression is that most of the challenges comes from understanding, seeing something that is not recognized or not understood. If it's understood or sort of advised on what is this, then the vehicle can handle it from there, most of the time. And then this comes down to, again, I think, and how do you see automated or autonomous vehicles in the future? And for people used to driving, thinking that, okay, at least you can drive it remotely. Well, that's not going to be the practical model that's actually going to work, because it's not going to end up being safe, and it generates a bunch of challenges. But I think it's a way of thinking of it. So I hope we see that as part of the mix, but not the way to solve it. That was it?
That was it from the digital audience.
There are no more questions or comments at this point. I'll just leave it to you, Endre, to wrap things up.
Thank you.
Okay. Endre?
Yep.
Just some results from the voting here. We asked, for how you perceived the conference so far. So there's a word cloud with, the bigger the word, the more people have written it. I don't know if you want to, is there anything that's...
It's very good to see that it's inspiring, and hopefully it inspires actions and deliveries and stuff that actually happens afterwards. And I'd really hope that if this inspires you guys have a lot more work to do after this than what you have done here today. So that would be my greatest hope from that. So if we have inspired you guys, excellent.
We asked for more. How pessimistic or optimistic are we? So, when do you believe a European city has a fleet of more than 1,000 AVs? And already before 2025 was a large amount, but then it's distributed. Actually, fewer, say, later than 2030. So I read this optimism is big. And what do you say?
I like this. I can write in Oslo on the top level at the start there. So if there was nobody in the start, or if there was nobody believing in the first scenario, there might be some challenges for us. But it's good to see. And of course, if you look back at how did we think and look at battery capacity and cost, and this is going back to some of our procurements around electric buses and some of that stuff. The discussions we had around that 5 years ago, where we had major concerns about, we need to charge during the day and endpoints and blah blah and all of those things, Today we're seeing that the contracts are delivering overnight charging or depot charging. Done. Anything else is almost there might be some exceptions, but it's very, very clearly turning into that. And we have half the price and double the capacity on the batteries, roughly. So if we follow the same kind of a curve for autonomous driving, there's still hope around 2025. It's not undoable. We might have to be optimistic and have some good fortunes. So what we thought we'd do is round it off.
Yes, first of all, thank you for a very exciting day. I think I will recognize the words in the center here as one of those I've wrote on my feedback. But and of course there is some excitement here about bringing this development forward. You know, it's sometimes technology is hard to predict, you know, especially when it's exponential. But what I think we've confirmed is that when it comes, it's going to have a huge impact. And when it comes, we better be prepared. And now, I think we talked about, at least mostly talked about replacing private cars. But this will also change our industry. I think we have to bear in mind that the technology we're currently using is from the mid-18th century. We couldn't actually pick people up at home even though they want to go from home. So we had to make them walk to a stop. So we created the stop, the bus stop. And when we created the bus stop, we had to have the timetable. And then we had to take people not to where they wanted to go, but to a compromise from where everybody wanted to go. And based on that, because we have the success of the private car, that actually took people from where they wanted to go, from where they were to where they wanted to go. I think autonomous vehicles, it's going to change parts of this. But another change is coming from the generation of data. Because now we know where people are, and we know when they want to go. And that has some consequences for the technology that we currently use. So we have a data center today where we can actually see in real time where all people traveling in Oslo are the ones that are traveling with us. We can see where they're bored, when they go off. And to a larger and larger extent, we can see where they start and where they finally end their travel. So we get going from being a ticketing-centric company to a travel-centric company. You know, ticketing is, you know, taking up too much attention today. So today we're collecting the data for what the purpose of our customers' travel. And based on that, we can deliver completely different services. That means that we also have to change. So a lot of our current network takes people, you know, to changes where we take them from one mean of travel to another, and nobody actually asks to do that. If you ask them, they want to go from where they are to where they want to go. And based on that, you can see that this technology, data-driven, will create completely new possibilities for us.
It really goes back to where you started, because the reason for the stop and the reason for the timetable is that you needed pre-arranged agreements. Nobody knew who's going to be where at what time, and you couldn't see it in real time. Now we can. And that's what changes, and that's what really enables this to fundamentally be different. But the data is going to be a really, really important key in this.
So you have 100 years of history creating a business based on statistics. Now we have to change to creating a business based on real time. And that's really for us going to be a big change. So we're not talking about just converting private cars. We are talking about the potential of changing the way we operate completely. And I don't really think that the first thing we're going to start with is, you know, replacing metro with drones. You know, where we handle huge amount of passengers going to the same place. I think those mass transit capabilities are going to be with us for a long time. But we have to really consider whether having a utilization in our network of about 21%, which is, you know, the same thing all over the world, where with a few exceptions. Is that really sustainable if you have options? Today it's sustainable because the alternative is worse. That's a petrol-driven private car. This is going to change.
Absolutely, and I think what we've talked about today with autonomous vehicles and on-demand and dynamic and the data is absolutely going to be the foundations for that. And that is what really is going to enable both the car replacement and also the evolvement of the current services. And as you said, the drones for the replacing metros or trains and stuff like ain't going to happen. But where we have a bus route that takes an hour and leaves once an hour, 12-meter once an hour service, takes an hour. If you could replace that with an autonomous drone that took 20 minutes, that's competitive. And it will leave when you want to leave, not when the schedule says.
So what we are really doing here today is not just announcing in a procurement where we as a customer is going to buy something. You know, I think to be able to create, to do this successfully, we actually have to create an ecosystem where we can do what we are good at and becoming better at, creating the interface between the citizens of this city, of this region, and a new transport system. And we are busy building that based on data, based on customer interfaces, and based on a political drive to create an emission-free transport system. So we very much look forward to continuing this effort.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much for coming here, spending your time with us, traveling, getting up early in the morning. We really, really appreciate it. And hopefully we can do something together. Even Oslo is a small city that will change the world a little bit. We'll do our best, I promise you. Thank you.
And then just to round it off with some practicalities and anticipating the question, what now? What happens when we leave the room? Because as inspiring as the day is, what happens next? Again, as I said, we are a public procurement organization. So this is what we call a dialogue conference. This is our open invitation to interact with markets and players. The next step for us will be to go further into one-on-one dialogues. There will be more information coming out to all the participants around that, potentially with some follow-up questions and some other stuff that will help us decide how to move that forwards. And then, depending on what we learn and how all of this moves forward, then at the end of the process, we have several options on how to proceed. These can be procurements in the traditional fashion. It could be R&D agreements, depending on the maturity of the market and what is actually possible. There could be other ways for us to move it forwards. And it goes back to, will we sit and wait, or will we move as fast as we can? We will try to move as fast as we can, but we also need to gauge and see what is actually there. So the timeline that was shown earlier, there is grounds for optimism. But of course, we need to make sure that or see that we can actually get it done, or see what can actually happen. What are the timelines and challenges and so on. So that will be the practical process moving forwards. You will hear back from us. Correct me if I'm wrong now. You will hear back from us with a follow-up with questions and so forth. And after that, there will be a one-on-one opportunity depending on answers and parts in that. And that will lead to something. But that's something we don't know what is yet. That's why we have a dialogue conference like this, so that we can understand that. We can make guesswork and want things from the market, but there's no reason to go out and try to procure stuff that doesn't exist. That doesn't work, not for us and not for you guys as suppliers either. So that's the practicalities of it. And this is some of the stuff where we're working with data. So we're actually early, and I think that basically rounds it off. So safe travels, stay safe, and head for the autonomous future to everybody. Thank you guys very much.